Okay, is my voice still loud and clear?
Yes, sir. Has the live session started?
Yes, we are now live on YouTube. You can check it out, Kakuru Bernard, and confirm that we are live, and then we get started. Okay, good afternoon and welcome everyone to today's session. If you can hear me from your locations, type yes in the chat section. Type yes in the chat section. Okay, then I'm going to request whichever school is on the call, you rename where you see participants, go and rename your name to the school. That would be better. For example, I'm seeing Atari SS, Ataras High School, BHS Senior School, something like that. So we can rename quickly. As the renaming is going on, let's have an opening prayer. One of you can raise a hand and give us an opening prayer. Waiting to see the hands. Okay. Kayagareste, you can unmute and give us an opening prayer and we get started. Kayagareste, unmute. Kayagareste. We can have someone else unmuting if Reste is not ready. Yes, Reste, take it on. Anyone to give us an opening prayer? Any member from Ataras High School to give us an opening prayer? Okay, Standard High School, take it on. Standard High School, take it on.
Precious and loving Father, we thank you for this wonderful facilitation. We thank you for the gift of life you bring up to us. We thank you for our facilitator tonight. Father, we continue thanking you that for you're going to do with us, you're going to make us able to grasp whatever as facilitator is going to speak to us, Lord. Father, we thank you, we call on your name, that we're going to keep with us, you're going to guide us on whatever the facilitator is going to speak. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for giving us an opening prayer. And now we are going to get started into our facilitation. So today's facilitator, I'm Kakuru Bernard, an author of different books, an examiner. I mark ICT Paper 1 A level. I'm a facilitator, a consultant, and a trainer. Teachers who have joined, you are welcome. The learners from different schools across the country, you are welcome. Those who are following on YouTube, you are also welcome. I have big thanks to our sponsors. We have ICT Teachers Association Uganda. We have eZone School of Computing. These ones, they have given us the Zoom account that we are using. MK Graphics, for them, they are always behind any graphic designing that you see us post now and again. Big ups to our sponsors. So Kakuru, as an author, I've authored Elite ICT Information Communication Technology. These books, I know you are using them in different schools. More to that, there is ICT Mastery. There is designing websites using Expression Web, designing websites using WordPress. Those books are available. For the aligned curriculum, S5, Learner's Book and Teacher's Guide. Then Senior 6, Learner's Book and Teacher's Guide. So before we dive into the session, allow me call Mr. Dumba Stephen from his own School of Computing to say a word to us. He has some goodies with him. If you are going to finish Senior 6 in your vacation, you can see how best you can utilize your vacation. Mr. Dumba Stephen, you can greet us.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Kakuro, can you hear me?
Very well.
Yeah, is it possible for me to just a minute?
You can share your screen. Yes, Mr. Stephen, you still need some minutes. I proceed.
Okay, sorry. I want to share my screen.
Yeah, you can share.
So so can everyone see my screen now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dumba Stephen from Izon School of Computing. However, Mr. Kakuru did not tell us where to get your books.
That one will come late after the facilitation.
All right, thank you so much. Now, I'm Dumba Stephen from Izon School of Computing, and today I just want to take a minute or two to say just a little about Izon. And thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, for giving us this opportunity to work together. So, for us, we started teaching computer in 2007 in Nabingo. And our niche is hands-on classes in the use of computers, that is for beginners. And then those who want to do computer repair, those who want to learn web design, programming skills, digital marketing, and many others. We insist on giving our learners as much hands-on as possible. We are found in Nabingo, where we do our physical classes. But for those who want to do online, for example, you are in, I saw schools here in Iganga. I saw a school from Musita in Eastern Uganda, and the learner cannot come to Nabingo. You are free to use our online portal, and you'll still get the same, you'll get these skills as long as you have a computer with you. For this vacation, the courses we have are one, the certificate in digital literacy, or what we used to call certificate in computer literacy, where you learn how to use Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, Publisher, improve your typing skills, and the use of proper use of the internet. That is our certificate in digital literacy. At the end of this 2-month course, we give you a certificate. For the more advanced ones, if you know how to use Word, Excel, and PowerPoint Office, or Office, we have a certificate in computer repair, and by the end of 3 months, you are well versed with. You can even start your own business repairing computers wherever you are. We also have a certificate in web design, where we take you through the basics of HTML and CSS and some JavaScript before we delve into WordPress, building real world-class websites. So for this back, these are courses that we have for you. You can visit our website, Izon School of Computing. Just a moment. Izon School of Computing. Sorry, izonschool.sc.ug. That's where you'll get more about these courses. I want to tell you a little about why you should study with us. We've been in this game for 20 solid years. So what we are teaching, we have a really good grasp of it, be it office applications, be it web design, be it computer repair. Personally, I repair computers. I'm a teacher of ICT, and I also build websites. So you're getting these lessons from a person who practices them in the field. And then our lessons are hands-on, as in, sorry. Our lessons are hands-on in that we do very little of the talking, And then when you come to Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, for example, we have lessons from 9 to 1. We talk with you for only 30 minutes. That's when we are introducing these lessons. And then the other hours, you are on the computer on your own, practicing from the exercises that we've given you and the exercises that you've come with. We also teach you how to practice soft skills, because in this world, having the knowledge of using computers is one thing, but how to deal with the people you're going to serve is another. So we give you these soft skills free of charge. At EZone, you are able to study online or at our lab in Nabingo. And our classes are fun, not the boring, usual routine that you've been having in your classes, because you have to follow a strict timetable and what. But for us, we do it in such a way that our classes are fun and engaging. And for our students who have been with us, when we have a job, we insist that we work with our students. If you've done computer repair at EZone School of Computing, when I'm going to a school to do repairs in the computer labs, I prefer working with my students. If you know network, if you started networking with us, you will still work with me. So you're getting a real world practice of what you learned. The other thing I want you to look at, maybe have a look at our pictures, have a gallery here on the left. Here we were in the computer lab of Trinity College Nabingo, and the two people you see there are my former students of computer repair. This is a lab that has 150 computers. This is really enough for you as a new computer repair technician for practice. And then up there, we have students in our lab. Top right, that is our computer lab, and I was teaching them how to dismantle the computer, know each and every part that there is. So the students you see there, be it ladies, be it boys, they'll be able to dismantle a computer and put it back. At the bottom here, these are some of the computers we were preparing for our computer repair class. They were going to do an exam. So we put them there, and we wanted our students to make sure they put them right and see that they are working. In the middle here, sometimes we have counseling sessions, and yeah, the fun we talked about. Sometimes it's not all about computers. We put the computers aside and talk like I'm the parent. So here again is our computer lab with some of my students and the certificates there that we are ready to be given out. I don't want to spend a lot of your time. Today we are here to get the tips from the real master, the person who's been there. He's been in the trenches, he's written books, he has facilitated, he has even taught us, your teachers, he has taught us a lot, and that is Kakuru Bernard. So today it is his time. Dear students, I wish you success in your exams, especially ICT, and I know Mr. Kakuru is going to give you the tips that will make you kings in this. Thank you so much, Mr. Kakuru. I wish you a very fruitful facilitation with our learners.
Most welcome. Thank you,
Yes.
Dumba Stephen, Director EZone School of Computing, and hopefully we shall be there in big numbers for more hands-on as we take forward ICT. So hopefully my screen is clear.
Yes, your screen is clear. You will have to share again.
I share again.
Yeah, you have to share your presentation because it was my presentation on top.
Okay, can I know if you are seeing my screen with syllabus coverage?
No, Mr. Kakuru.
Okay, let me stop and share again. Confirm.
Now we can see your screen.
Okay, so once again, candidates of Senior 6 Sub-ICT, you are welcome to today's facilitation, where we are going to take it as a discussion, a session where we are going to receive some tips on how best we can answer our papers, both theory and practical. So what I request you is that in case you have questions, Any question in practical regarding to the examination, please, today is the session. We are going to interact and ensure that don't leave this call when I've not answered your question. You will be using the chat section once I open the time for questions. Use the chat section, raise the hand, I unmute you, and you go on to ask your questions and I address them. Okay, so to begin with, let's start with the syllabus coverage. With sub-ICT, we have 15 topics. And with these 15 topics, you are expected to know all of them as an individual. You must have interacted with introduction to computing, computer management, computer laboratory care and maintenance. Then you must have dealt with word processing 1, word processing 2, computer hardware, computer software, electronic spreadsheets, that is 1 and 2, internet and world wide web, computer word processing 2, electronic presentation, then data communication and networking, electronic publications, databases, and lastly, system security, ICT, ethical issues, and emerging technologies. So those are the 15 topics that you need to know. So from here, ICT is composed of 2 papers basically. That is paper 1, which is theory, and paper 2 or paper 3, which is practical. Paper 1 has 20 equally weighed, compulsory, structured, and semi-structured questions which require a short response. Meaning that in ICT, we don't respond like as if we are answering in history. Our answers should not exceed 3 lines. In paper 1, each question carries 5 marks. Then paper 1 contributes 100%. Then the practical paper is always marked out of 60 because you do 3 numbers and each number is out of 20. So I want us to first focus on paper 1. When we are done with paper 1, we can proceed to the practical papers. So with paper 1, all answers must be written in the spaces provided. Let's avoid the habit of writing answers at the end of those blank spaces that are left when printing is done. Let's always utilize the spaces, the lines that are provided. No additional materials or answer sheets are required while answering paper 1. You must utilize those that are given to you. All questions are compulsory. So when we say that all questions are compulsory, it is to the benefit of you as a candidate not to leave any question unanswered. At least if you don't know the exact answer of that very question, at least write something related to ICT because you have been attending ICT. Why should you leave that blank? Let's ensure that we attend all questions that are set in the paper. So when it comes to paper 1, this is the distribution of the numbers according to the syllabus coverage. Introduction to computing, in your paper, expect to meet 2 numbers. Meaning that under introduction to computing, you are looking at questions like maybe define ICT or what is meant by ICT. You are looking at questions like we are asking you to explain how ICT is used in different fields. So those are questions about introduction to ICT. Then Computer lab care and maintenance. Here you can meet questions. Maybe you are given like a blower. We are asking you the function of a blower, the function of a UPS, etc. Computer lab care and maintenance. You can also meet questions about computer servicing and repair. That is lab care and maintenance. You find one question there. Then computer management. You have met questions about a file path or how you can create folders, etc. You find two questions under computer management. The purpose of showing you the distribution of these topics and the numbers as you are preparing to do your final revision, you can plan how many preps can I give this topic? How many preps can I give computer hardware, etc. So with computer hardware, you expect three questions. Questions like, what is meant by computer hardware? Categories of computer hardware, etc. Computer software expects three questions. Questions about define computer software, categories of computer software, what are utility programs, or you meet questions about functions of an operating system, etc. Here we are under computer software. You can also meet questions about programming languages, give a distinction between low level and high level languages. That's about computer software. So we need to give it time, give it more revision preps because you are seeing we have more questions there. Internet and World Wide Web, three numbers. Numbers can be set like what is meant by internet or explain what is meant by internet. You are looking at services offered by the internet. Those are the numbers under internet and World Wide Web. Data, communication, and networking expect three numbers. Numbers can be about network topologies. Numbers, such questions can be about for you to define data communication. We are asking you about types of networks, or we are asking you to distinguish between LAN and WAN, etc. Advantages of networking, etc. Those are the numbers under data communication and networking. System security, ethical issues, and emerging technologies. Expect two questions. These questions under system security, we can ask you about threats that a system administrator is likely to encounter. That is one. Then we can also look at ethical issues. When someone is using the internet, what are the netiquette or etiquette? Emerging technologies, expect to meet some questions under emerging technologies like virtual reality, quantum computing, robotics, neural languages, etc. That is under system security, ethical issues, and emerging technologies. Then applications, expect two questions like an Excel question in a practical format, but set in theory to tell us how one can compute for the sum, how can you compute for average, how can you come up with the product, etc. Or a PowerPoint number. We are asking you to differentiate between a slide sorter facility and transition loop, etc. Then expect two numbers on application. Total, there will be 20 questions. Are we together about the distribution of the topics? We can say yes in the chat section. Some yes in the chat section if we are clear about the distribution of these topics. Great. We can now proceed. So as we proceed, in your question paper, you expect to meet 4 categories of question types. So I want you to understand these question types. The first category, we have what we call knowledge questions. When it comes to knowledge questions, most of the times you find that your paper is comprised of very many knowledge questions. These knowledge questions, they start like define, list, name, identify, state, what, give. Those are some of the questions you normally meet in the theory paper under knowledge questions. These knowledge questions, their aim is to ensure that you as a candidate, you recall facts and basic concepts. If the teacher gave you a definition of ICT or you read it in a certain textbook, you need really to present it the way you read it or the way you received it. It's a knowledge question. If we are looking at examples of computer hardware, it is a knowledge question. We expect those real examples of computer hardware. So those questions are always many in this category. Then next, you will meet comprehension type of questions. With comprehension type of questions, we want you to explain ideas or concepts. Explain ideas or concepts. With this, you will meet questions which are saying explain, summarize, interpret, compare, describe, such kind of questions. When it comes to application as the third category, here, we want you to use information in a new situation. For example, you find a question saying, demonstrate how a shopkeeper can use spreadsheets in the day-to-day running of the business. That is an application question. Others can be solve, use, calculate, apply. Those are application questions. The last type of questions, we have analysis. With analysis questions, we want you to draw connections among ideas. In your paper, expect questions like analyze, differentiate, organize, distinguish, compare, contrast, relate. So when you meet these type of questions, differentiate, distinguish, compare, contrast, you know that you are answering an analysis type of question. More to that, I want you to look clearly these type of questions. Let me get a hand. Someone can read for us these questions. You can raise your hand. You read for us these questions. Charity, unmute.
Describe the difference between learn and want.
Can we start with the knowledge questions?
Comprehension.
Knowledge. Start with knowledge questions. Yes, number one.
On the knowledge, list 3 types of computer networks.
Yes.
What is the function of an operating system?
Yes, that's the type of, or the type of questions you expect to meet under knowledge. Go to comprehension.
On comprehension, describe the difference between learn and want.
Yes.
Then explain how a CPU processes information.
Great. Let's go to application.
On application, demonstrate how a shopkeeper can use a spreadsheet in running a business.
Okay.
Then convert 10101010 to its decimal equivalent.
Okay. Last analysis.
Differentiate between transition loop and slide sorter facility.
Okay.
Then compare the advantages of cloud storage with local storage.
Thank you, Charity. So we have seen the 4 question type examples under knowledge, list what, comprehension, explain, describe, application, demonstrate, convert, analysis, differentiate, compare. So those are the kind of questions. So from here, we want us to do the planning. We need to plan how best can we utilize the 2 hours and 30 minutes of the theory paper. The theory paper takes 2 hours and 30 minutes. The practical paper takes 2 hours only. In 2 hours and 30 minutes of the theory paper, you need to do proper planning. In the first 15 minutes, settle in the paper, settle in the examination room, settle, be at ease, start reading the questions, interpret them very well, and you relate them to the different topics. When you relate these questions to the different topics, it will help you as you answer. Then, since we said that the knowledge questions are always many in the paper, give them 50 minutes. It is not compulsory that when you get a question paper, you start with number 1. For you, just to look out for the knowledge questions, wherever they are. We have said that knowledge questions, they are here. With the knowledge questions, we are looking at define, list, name, state, what, give. So in those 50 minutes, first do that. In the next 40 minutes, use the next 40 minutes to handle the comprehension questions. Explain, describe. So make sure you handle the comprehension questions wherever they appear in your paper. Then use the next 35 minutes. Use the next 35 minutes to answer application. To answer application and analysis. So application and analysis questions, these ones are not always very many in the paper, but at least use the last 35 minutes to answer application and analysis. You will have 5 minutes left. These 5 minutes, you will find that there are some questions maybe that were not clear to you, or you cannot recall their answers very well. We have said at least don't leave blank spaces there. Write something related to ICT in those blank spaces to ensure that you have attempted all numbers. That is the planning of our paper generally. We need to use 15 minutes to interpret and relate the questions topics, the 50 minutes for knowledge questions, comprehension questions, 40 minutes, 35 minutes application and analysis, then 5 minutes for checking through our answers and ensure that we have attempted all the questions. So we proceed. Are you still seeing my screen very well? Say yes if my screen is clear, because I'm seeing some comments. My screen is not clear? Okay, it is clear. Let's proceed. So the way forward to passing ICT is that as candidates, we need to understand the questions. Questions of sub-ICT, they are always direct. We are handling the curriculum we are calling old curriculum. And the old curriculum is basically knowledge-based curriculum. So with knowledge-based curriculum, that's why you are meeting questions like state, what, give, etc. So these kind of questions, they will always be direct. So you find a question saying, give 2 examples of utility programs as direct as that. What is meant by cloud computing. Explain what is meant by green computing. So these questions will always be direct. Now that these questions are direct, let's also understand the questions and aim high too. Every word in a question statement matters or counts. So as you are reading these questions, take time, be slow, or read a question 3 times so that you have a clear understanding of the question. More to that, you will find that some questions call for logic, others need creativity, others need analytical skills. When we talk about creativity, if we ask you, demonstrate how a shopkeeper can use spreadsheets in the day-to-day running of the business, we need to see how creative you are in that question. While other questions require a lot of prior reading. So there are those topics like system security, ethical issues, and emerging technologies. If you have not read about quantum computing, cloud computing, green computing, you may not easily bring out the clear answers of that question. So we need prior reading in some topics. Topics of computer software, we need to do better there. Then let's explain our points where it is required. If the question is saying explain, make sure you add some flesh on that answer of yours so that it becomes complete. As we proceed, I'm going to give you about 14 tips on how best we can pass our finals when it comes to ICT while doing paper 1. And then later, we shall see how about paper 2 or paper 3. Number 1, in paper 1, we need to avoid very brief answers. That is number 1. Let points be explained, but not just stated in abstract form. If we have a question here saying, explain, now that is a comprehension question. Explain any 2 ways how ICT is used to improve education and instruction in your school. We are saying you need to avoid answers like for research, using projectors, etc. So these kind of answers are too brief. But remember also we said that ICT answers or ICT questions, they require a short response. Whether the question is saying explain, describe, distinguish, we still need a short response. So instead of saying for such, just like that, you need to ensure that your answer has the element of ICT in it. Because someone can do research in the library, another one can do research in the field. For example, if it is geography or entrepreneurship, they can do research there. But what is the element of ICT in your answer? So to begin with, one can say ICT can be used by students to carry out research. So this was the point of research, using the internet. So internet is the ICT here. There is a hand from Masese Sid. Yes. We are not yet to the session for questions. I would request that we first pause. Time for question is going to come, and you are going to ask all the questions you need. For now, any question, just pass it in the chat section. Go to the chat section, you put your question there, I will be able to read it. Utilize the chat section for now. ICT can be used by students to carry out research using the internet. That is the point of ICT. ICT can be used by teachers to enhance the use of visual aids using PowerPoint presentation. You have seen that in my presentations, there are some animations. For example, that one, that one, that one, that one. Those are animations. I would simply put these things in Microsoft Word. But why have I used PowerPoint? Because I want to involve visual aids. So those who are noting down, the first tip is that avoid very brief answers, e.g. for search using projectors. That's what you need to note down. Tip number 1, avoid very brief answers, e.g. for search using projectors. After writing that down, after noting it down, then instead give better answers. Like, one can only note number 1 here. ICT can be used by students to carry out research using the internet. So I have said that we are going to handle paper 1 and paper 2. Keep on the call. When I come to practicals, please, if you don't know how to do mail merge, raise your hand and say, sir, I don't know how to do mail merge in Microsoft Word. In Excel, I don't know how to do VLOOKUP. In database, I don't know how to do calculations in queries or forms. Maybe I don't know how to do reports. In Publisher, I normally find this challenge. In PowerPoint, I don't know how to link slides to one another. I expect to meet those kind of questions when we come to the practical section. So have those questions with you so that when it comes to the practical session, I interact with you fully. Then tip number 2, it is better when you are answering. It is better when you are answering. Just a moment. Someone says he's not seeing my screen. Can I see in the chat section saying, yes, we can see your screen? Type yes in the chat section saying, yes, we can see your screen. Because some members are busy typing that they are not seeing the screen. Okay, so I can see that people can see. Okay, great. We can stop there. Thank you. Yes. So you can see the screen. It is true. So let me proceed. Next tip number 2, we are saying that always start with a leading keyword. A leading keyword when you are defining or when explaining some of the computer concepts. For example, we have a question saying define a router. Define a router, can be a switch, can be a hub, can be a repeater. When you are defining such terminologies, it is better you say that this is a network hardware device. Then you add on the purpose it does. Start with a leading keyword. We are having what is data backup, and we are saying backup is a copy of a computer file, etc. Define word wrap. Word wrap is a feature of a word processor that moves the cursor to the next line when the current is finished. Something like that. Define, or what is a footnote? We are saying it is a reference. For example, if I have opened, let me share the entire screen here. If I have opened like Microsoft Word, and under Microsoft Word, I go here, references. If you meet a question asking you, what are table of contents? It is a reference. What are footnotes? It is a reference. Endnotes is a reference. Citations is a reference. Caption is a reference. That's how you need to use the different keywords while defining or explaining some computer terms or concepts. Okay, so let's proceed. Next, number 3, we are looking at avoiding repetition in your answers. If the question is saying state 4 uses of computers in our school, your first answer, use it to print reports. That is correct. Use it to print exams. Use it to print bank slips. There, you are repeating. And the examiner is going to do like that and say repetition. And you earn your 1 mark here. So meaning that if you have said use it to print reports, another one can say use it to store academic records, use it for communication through emails, etc. So don't repeat your points. So our third tip was avoid repetition. Those who are noting down, hopefully you are following. Avoid repetition. Number 4, when you are writing some computer hardware names or software names, please avoid writing non-official names. If your answer requires the answer as desktop computer, don't write only desktop. Because desktop may mean, for example, here is a desktop. Let me come here. For example, this is the desktop. Let your answer be complete and say desktop computer in case you meant a computer. Don't leave it hanging. More to that, we proceed. If your answer requires Excel, members, let me know, is my screen still clear? Some members are still sending in the chat section that it is not clear. Is the screen clear? Very clear, good. Yes. If you are going to write Microsoft Excel, please write it. If not, MS, standing for Microsoft, is recognized, but avoid these ones. Same for PowerPoint, same for Word, etc. Let's avoid writing non-official names of software or computer hardware. More to that, there are questions where you normally have true or false, yes or no. If you meet that kind of table, please give it time. The marks you are getting on this number, they are the same as the other questions which are saying explain, describe. Here you are also looking for 5 marks. So what you need to do is to ensure that you read them carefully and understand them, and then give better decisions. To begin with, if I can ask, some can say yes in the chat section. Do softwares store data? I want a yes or a no in the chat section. Yes or no? Yes, I've seen a 1 no, 2, 3. Great. I've seen 1 yes. So generally softwares do not store data directly. Softwares don't store data, but at least we have a hardware there that is going to store data. Someone can ask, how about Google Drive? What? Google Drive, you are using the internet as a channel. to access Google Drive, but there is also a physical space somewhere in a server. So here we are looking at hardware devices which store data. So if a question is like this, do stores store data? It requires yes or no. So you say no. Then this one, does optical storage media use light to store data or read data? Say yes or no in the chat section. I've seen one yes. Yes, good. So when it comes to optical means light. So optical storage, we have like a DVD, digital versatile disc. We have a CD, compact disc. We have Blu-ray. Those are the optical storage devices that you can use. And you find that all these optical storage devices, they use light as a mechanism. Next, still yes or no? Is there a data type called yes? Is there a data type called date of birth? No. Someone says yes. Continue. I'm seeing in the chat section. No. Yes. Continue. Yes. You see how candidates can struggle with it. Even those on YouTube, thank you so much. I'm following. I'm seeing your chat here. You may think that I'm not recognizing you. I'm seeing that. Thank you. Yes. Joshua on YouTube. Yes, you are responding. I've seen that. Thank you. So there is no data type called date of birth. The right data type is date stroke time. So I have said, let's take time while reading these questions. Next, in the chat section, here on Zoom and those on YouTube, we are looking at are compilers and interpreters programming languages? Yes or no? Are compilers and interpreters programming languages? So in the chat section here on Zoom, I've seen no. There is one yes. Someone says probably. Please remember we are answering yes or no, true or false. Don't bring your issues of probably or I don't know. You must write something there. Someone is saying we are following. No, I want a yes or a no. Okay. Even on YouTube, I'm seeing no, yes, no. When it comes to compilers and interpreters, it is a no. They are not programming languages. Instead, we call them language processors or language translators. So those who said yes, please go back and revise the topic of computer software very well. Then, as we conclude on getting your facts right so that you can answer those topics of true, false, etc. Do we have a difference between CPU and system unit? Again, in the chat section, is there a difference between CPU and system unit? Someone says no, yes, no, yes. Those on YouTube, continue. I'm seeing your interactions here. John Bosco, Vian. Okay. I'm seeing in the chat section. Yes, no, yes, no. Now, when it comes to the CPU, let me know if you are able to see my next screen of the web browser that I've shared. Say yes that you can see my web browser. Okay, you can see the web browser. So from here, system unit. The system unit generally, this is the system unit. It houses the internal parts of the computer. You can call it a system unit or a system case. When it comes to the CPU, CPU is the brain of the computer, and it is located inside the system unit. When you are seeing this hand holding this chip is the CPU. So this is the brain of the computer inside the system unit. And this CPU is directly inserted here in the processor socket. So this is the processor socket where this CPU is pressed firmly here. So there is a difference between system unit and the CPU. So you have to say, yes, there is a difference. Next, is there a difference between system unit and system case? Say yes in the chat section. Is there a difference, system unit and the case? No, 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 no. Yes, okay, you are correct. So here there was a difference. Here, no. You can call it a system unit or a system case. All right. Is there a difference between hoarding of data and data storage? Yes or no? Hoarding of data and data storage. I want to see if there is a difference. Hoarding of data and data storage. Namata Shakira, I can see you on YouTube. Atali Simon. Okay. I'm following. Nelson. Ginger Courage. Good work. So, generally, there is a difference. Someone from is it Maranatha High School is saying I'm not recognizing their school. Please, I'm recognizing everyone who is here. Thank you. So, hoarding of data and data storage, hoarding is temporarily. Take an example. If you open Microsoft Word, you start typing and you haven't saved, that work is temporarily held under RAM. That is hoarding temporarily. Then when you save, that is data storage. Matumu Secondary School, I've recognized you. Atiri Secondary School, thank you for joining. Let's proceed. So we need to get our facts right so that we answer properly questions of true, false, yes or no, when that table comes in your theory paper. Next, number 6, we need to avoid implied answers. How do implied answers come in? Implied answers, look at this question. Give 2 advantages of electronic spreadsheets over manual ones. And that candidate comes in and says, manual spreadsheets are not easy to update. This one, this kind of answer, it becomes implied. The question is saying give 2 advantages of electronic. And for you are starting with manual. There is also not. That is an implied answer. Manual spreadsheets require more physical space for storage. This is also an implied answer. We need your answers to begin with electronic spreadsheets the way they were stated. So number 6, we are noting down is avoid implied answers. We need such answers. Electronic spreadsheets can easily be updated. So that answer, beginning with electronic spreadsheets, can easily be updated. That answer is not implied. That's a better answer. So let's avoid writing implied answer. Remember the question asked for advantages of electronic spreadsheets, not disadvantages of manual worksheets. So you have to give advantages. So as we finalize this one, we said avoid implied answers. Always give direct answers. Be direct and avoid giving implied answers. Let's proceed. Number 7, because we are in the .com era, we normally find jargons in your answers and we need to avoid them. If the question is saying list 2 services offered by the internet. Avoid answers like Facebooking, WhatsApping, emailing, using the net. If your answer was about use of social media, just come and say social networking or chatting. Let's avoid the use of jargons in our answers. And that is our tip number 7. Avoid use of jargons. Let's proceed. Let me know if you have noted that. Avoid use of jargons. Someone is saying jargons are what? Someone in the chat section can also reply and talk about what jargons are. I'm waiting to see in the chat section. Okay, good. So jargons, you find that we normally use some of these terminologies in our day-to-day interactions, and you find that they don't do well when you are asked them in the exam. And I don't want you to confuse jargons and abbreviations. If, for example, you are asked to list 3 examples of protocols, list 3 examples of protocols. One can write HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and is marked. Another one can write Hypertext Transfer Protocol in full and is marked. Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, something like that. Or another one can also write it in full. So abbreviations are different from jargons, and I've given you examples of jargons. These are some slangs that we normally use in our normal discussions with our fellow students, or some words that you normally use at school that are not recognized officially. So don't use them in your examinations. So for clear communication to take place, avoid jargons in your communications. Hopefully number 7 is clear now. You find that some words are not clear, or some outsiders are not familiar with them. So don't use them. Some schools, you find that they have some codes they use inside there to communicate. So we can call them jargons on the other hand. So let's avoid them in our paper. Number 8. Avoid redundancy in your answers. We need to avoid redundancy in our answers. The question is saying define a computer virus. We might have students who are doing literature, and maybe this one is good at writing, has read more than 6 textbooks of ICT. And when they meet such a question, they want to write to their best. And at times you find that in trying to write to your best, you repeat some statements. So let's avoid redundancy. A computer virus is a malicious program that attaches itself to other computer programs, replicates itself, and that disorganizes the normal functioning of a computer. That is too much. There is redundancy in your answer. Just simply write and say, this is a program that disorganizes the normal functioning of a computer. There is no redundancy here. You are direct to the answer. So tip number 8, avoid redundancy in your answers. Those on YouTube, are we clear on avoiding redundancy? Let me also see yes in the chat section. Those on the Zoom chat section, let me also see if it is clear with number 7. That is how I can know that you are following, because I can't allow you to unmute now since there are no questions. Say yes. Someone said no. Redundancy is not clear. Okay. Let me use another example here. We have this question. Give 5 negative implications of prolonged use of computers to one's health. When you meet such kind of a question, how do you avoid redundancy in your answers? Begin with a point straight away. For example, headache. When you bring the answer as headache, you can say headache is caused by prolonged usage of the computers without breaks or without having regular breaks. That is one way headache comes in. Another one can say eye strain. Eye strain caused by too much brightness from the computer's screen. State a point and then go ahead and explain. This one, it is for your own good. If you have stated eye strain and the explanation is wrong, but the point is there, you have already been marked. Instead of beginning by saying, while I was doing my mock exam in practical, because we took too long in the paper, I had back pain, or I experienced eye strain. You find the answer is at the end. So please, let's avoid redundancy, begin with the points, and then go ahead and explain. Is redundancy clear? Say yes. Someone is saying we are not seeing clearly. Okay, redundancy is clear now. So here, next, number 9, avoid mixing issues. So avoid mixing issues. If the question is saying state 4 functions of electronic spreadsheets, don't bring advantages. Functions are different from advantages. Please don't mix the issues. Servicing and repair. Don't mix these issues. For example, I would like to interact with someone who can tell me the difference between, or a distinction between servicing and repair. Raise your hand and tell me. Servicing and repair. Yes, from Morlem Girls. Unmute and talk to me. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. The difference between repair and servicing. Repair is the process of replacing
Please,
a worn.
a moment. Can you begin with servicing?
Okay,
Yes.
servicing is the process of checking the errors in the computer, while repair is the process of replacing the worn out parts in the computer. For example, the mouse and repair.
What is your name
Thank
and
you.
the name of the school?
This is Lydia from Morlem Girls Secondary School.
Okay, thank you, Lydia.
Abim District.
Yes, Abim District. Okay, can we have another submission? Yes, Delic, servicing and repair. Delic, unmute. Take it on, please. You are live. Kisoko High School. Anyone ready? Kisoko High School, let me hear from you.
Servicing
Yes.
is a process by which
Eh? The cleaning of a computer always. Then he repairs like replacing spoiled parts.
Okay. You've tried. Thank you. Tororo girls. Tororo girls. Anyone from Tororo girls? Odra versus Odra versus. You are not clear. Okay. So what I wanted to mean here is that if it is repair, please talk about repair. Don't bring the explanation of repair in servicing. If it is servicing, you are maintaining. You are maintaining the functioning of that gadget under servicing. But repair, you are replacing some worn out components. Some activities one can do under servicing, you can update your antivirus. That is one. One can update the softwares. Also, installing an antivirus is also a service. When it comes to repair, someone says if the keyboard, some buttons are not working, I can replace and put another one. If the speakers are not working, I can replace and put others. If it comes to your phone, if the charging system is not working or the mouthpiece is not working, you think about repair. Servicing on your phone, think about updating apps via Google Play Store or App Store, etc. Then, there is a hand from who? There is a hand from Madudu SS. You want to talk to me, Madudu SS? Okay, let's proceed. So avoid mixing issues. If they have asked you about internet, don't bring the definition of World Wide Web. If they have asked you web page, don't write the definition of a website. So please avoid mixing issues, candidates. Who can give me a distinction between color highlight and font color? Quickly. Distinguish between color highlight and font color. Raise a hand. You can still use the chat section. Can I see some answers on YouTube? Color highlight and font color. The distinction. Color highlight and font color in the chat section. I haven't seen any here on Zoom. Let me see someone who has raised the hand here. Kibuku SS, who is ready?
I'm ready.
Yes. Color
This
highlight
is
and font color.
color highlight. This is a selecting of any. This is the selection of any word or anything in. Actually, it is the selection of any term you want to define. While font color, this is the color given to the text.
You have tried, but not there, so you wouldn't score. That was Kibuku SS. Let me hear from Tororo Girls, who is ready. Tororo Girls. Even those on YouTube, I'm looking for a clear distinction between color highlight and font color. Use the chat section there. I'll read it here. Toro girls. You are too far from the microphone. Can I have someone near the microphone?
Okay.
Yes.
Color highlights in the background of the text.
Very good.
While font color.
Font color is?
Color highlights. Color highlights is the background of the text.
Yes.
Color highlights is the background of the text.
We are done
Well, the
with color
font color
highlight.
is
You
the color
handle
of the
font
font.
color. The color of the font. No, 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 no. Now you have killed it. Let me read from YouTube.
The color.
So with YouTube, I have a submission from this was Eric Musani says highlight means to put a background on the text, while font color is the color of the text. That's a good submission, Eric. Then there is Tricia Rosie says color highlight is coloring the document. That is not correct. It is not good. Then we have Mash 005 says font color is the color of the letters, while color highlight is the background color of the selected letters. Okay, thank you from Progressive SS Tintale. Then some members don't have names, but Wilson says font color is the dialogue feature for everything text that appears in the document, while color selection, I think you have confused my definition, or my question was saying color highlight and font color. So with color highlight, if we look at this example briefly, I've opened Microsoft Word. Let me know if Microsoft Word interface is seen on your end. Say yes in the chat section that we have seen the Word document opened. All right. So if I type the word Kakuru Bernard, okay, if I type Kakuru, then below I type Bernard, like that. I've typed Kakuru, and then the other side I've typed Bernard. We want to see the difference between color highlight and font color. If I highlight Kakuru, the first name, I come here on the home tab under font group. We have text highlight color. I click here and I choose, for example, yellow. That is the text highlight color. It provides what we call a background color to the selected text or to the selected paragraph. That is text highlight. When I highlight Bernard, or I select Bernard and I come to font color and I select yellow. So this yellow is font color. So font color, we say the color of the text itself is font color. While background color, I mean while text color highlight, here you apply the background color to the text or to the paragraph that is selected. So we are saying we need to avoid mixing issues. Let's proceed. Number 10. Number 10, some answers are only correct when there is a comparative aspect. When you try to compare, your answers will be more correct. Look at that. State 2 advantages of soft copies over hard copies. Avoid wrong answers like soft copies can be made into many copies and you end there. So we are saying, let's try to compare. Let's try to compare. Like soft copies can easily be made into many copies than hard copies. If there is a comparative aspect, your answers will be more correct. That was the tip number 10. Tip number 10, some answers are only correct when there is a comparative aspect. We need to proceed to tip number 11. Tip number 11, we are looking at what we call process questions. So number 11, process questions should be presented showing the real logical flow of steps. For instance, look at the machine cycle. The machine cycle starts with fetching, you go to decoding, executing, then lastly, store. That is the process questions. And we are saying their answers should be presented showing the real logical flow of steps. If we, for example, let me open this document here. If I'm answering the process questions, we have said that, for example, you will be given line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4. To put the processes, you start with fetching, then you put decode, execute, then store. So in scenarios where your machine cycle processes are not in order, maybe your answers for you have decided to give them as number 1, 2, 3, 4. You had fetching, which is okay. Number 2, you have execute. Number 3, you have decode. Number 4, you have store. That means that the person who is marking you will mark number 1 correct. Number 2 is not in the order. Number 3 not in order. Number 4 is in order. So you find that instead of getting all the 4, here you get the 2 because you have not responded to the process question following the real logical flow of the stages or the processes. If you find that you don't have the 4 lines, but they've told you to state the machine cycle processes, that means that one can write fetch. From fetch, you can put an arrow. You say decode. After decoding, execute. And then store. So that means that the same person will get the same scores for doing that. So I will have the same scores, 4 marks for my procedures. I mean for my processes that are in their order. Are we together with the process questions? Say yes in the chat section that we are together. Are the process questions clear? Great. Then this one I can call it number 11A. Some computer concepts require an example to be understood better. Some computer concepts, they require an example to be understood better. And here we are encouraging you to give an example for clarity where applicable. For example, if we are looking at concepts like LAN, MAN, WAN, etc., try to give some examples where applicable. If you say that LAN, you know, it means local area network. You say this is a type of network that covers a small geographical area, such as a computer lab network or a school network. That is LAN. Give an example. MAN, metropolitan area network, a type of network that covers a relatively or that spans a relatively large geographical area, such as a city, such as a town. So make sure that you give an example for clarity where applicable. That was our tip number 11. Give an example for clarity where applicable so that your answers are understood better. Next, we have those questions which call for distinguishing or differentiate. And in the beginning, we called those questions what? Who can remember? Type in the chat questions. Distinguishing or differentiating. Those questions belong where? Are they comprehension or analysis? Or they are knowledge questions? Someone says analysis, that is the Matumu Secondary School, Kisoka High School, analysis, Kamwenge Secondary School, analysis, Dennis, analysis, Honorable Nagaya, analysis. Okay, great. Someone says comprehension. Comprehension is from Brethren Memorial and New High School is laughing at them. So distinguish these questions from the beginning. When you look at the beginning, just slightly here, we said when it comes to analysis questions, that's where you meet, differentiate, distinguish. They are analysis questions. Even those on YouTube, Rionza School, I can see you are live. Analysis questions, generally, they are the ones which are calling for distinguish or differentiate. And we want you to draw connections. Show us how are these two related or how do they differ? That is analysis type of question. So when you look at these questions of analysis, when you are giving their answers, make sure all sides are talked about. Questions requiring distinguishing or differentiating terms should give detailed descriptions of both terms for you to be awarded marks that are allocated. Else, no marks will be awarded. So if they have asked you to distinguish between cold boot and warm booting, or what we call hard boot, hard and soft, make sure all sides are well articulated, all sides are well explained. Avoid answers like cold booting refers to starting a computer which has been previously off, while warm booting is not. Those who have seen such kind of answer, can you send the reactions of a laughing person here on WhatsApp? I mean on the Zoom section, the reactions. I want to see those who can clearly see the reactions. You laugh on that answer. I've not seen reactions of those laughing. Maybe you don't know where the issue is. Apart from President Momerio, they have seen that one. Okay, even Samuel, a team, has seen the laughing reaction, but someone is clapping. I don't know why they are clapping. Bohobe SS, they have seen the reaction. Okay, that is one way of engaging you, by the way. Even on YouTube, guys are laughing beyond normal. Okay, we are together. So that means that one has to say that cold booting is the starting of a computer that has been previously off, while warm booting or whereas warm booting is the restarting of a computer that has been previously on. So the word restarting is the one bringing up the distinction between the two. So please make sure that both sides are handled so that you fetch marks that are allocated. If that one is clear that you are going to distinguish both sides, say yes in the chat section that it is clear. Those on YouTube, we have stopped laughing. You can say yes, that the distinction is clear. Great. In the chat section, I've said yes, it is clear. Great. So you can say like, whereas, when you are bringing another point. Atili SS is saying they are not getting my voice. Is that to everyone? Is it that you are not getting my voice? Okay, it is clear. So we have said after finishing one word, you say while. I mean, after finishing one statement as your explanation, while or whereas, then you bring the next. Let's go to tip number 13. And number 13, I'm saying, let's avoid distinguishing terms by writing the abbreviations in full other than what they mean in computing. You have made a question saying, distinguish between RAM and ROM. Avoid answers like, RAM is random access memory, while ROM is read-only memory. Who can give a better answer? Distinguish between RAM and ROM. Give a better answer. You can raise your hand. I want to hear from someone. Yes, again from a beam. Morlem girls, who is ready? 5-star high school, who is ready?
RAM.
Yes.
The RAM is what? RAM is is volatile while ROM is non-volatile.
RAM is volatile, while ROM is non-volatile. Very good. Another one? From 5-star, please. 5-star, I want to hear from you.
RAM is a memory that stores data temporarily, while ROM stores data permanently.
Good. Thank you. Masese Sid, do you have an alternative? If it has been spoken, you can lower the hand. Those who have alternatives, Leka Secondary, who is ready? I'm tapping people to unmute, but they are not ready. Kahinju, anyone ready?
Yes, RAM stores data temporarily, then ROM saves data permanently.
Can you repeat again? You are off. Let me hear from Mandela Secondary School. Mandela, SS, unmute. Someone to unmute from Nelson Mandela. Come closer to the microphone. Ram and Rom.
Yes, am I clear?
Yes.
Was that temporarily and ROM stores it permanent?
Okay, thank you. From the YouTube section, I'm seeing Michael says RAM is volatile, while ROM is non-volatile. Great. And Atali Simon says RAM stores data temporarily, while ROM stores data permanently. Okay. Then Wilson, still on YouTube, says RAM stores data temporarily, while ROM stores data permanently. Great. Someone is saying, please recognize the presence of Tropical High School, Bugweri. Okay, by reading that word, I've recognized you, Ibrahim. Okay. So let's avoid distinguishing terms by writing their abbreviations in full. Then, same for LAN. We said, for example, LAN is a type of network that spans a small geographical area, such as a computer lab network or a school network, while WAN is a type of network that covers a large area, such as a country, a continent, globally. That is WAN. So let's give an example for clarity where applicable. Number 14, our tip 14, questions relating to practical concepts should be provided with answers as they would apply in a practical situation. So when you meet like an Excel number in Excel, when you meet an Excel number in paper 1, make sure that the way you have been writing your answers in practical is the same way you are writing those answers in theory. So we are saying that questions relating to practical concepts should be provided with answers as they would apply in the practical situation. So let's do our best when it comes to such questions of practical. For example, I have this. Let me share this. Let me share this. Let me know if you can see that. Can you see the screen that I've shared? You can see the screen that I've shared? Say yes in the chat section. Great. So here, this is like number 18. It is saying the following information shows monthly sales of fair price retail shop. Read it carefully and answer the questions that follow. So when you look at this question, part A, they are saying, write the formula for finding total cost. That means that you have to put equal signs. If they say formula, please remember a formula is generated by the user. Then a function is the inbuilt. So that means that if they have asked us use a function, one would say equal signs product, something like that. If they have said a formula, that's why we are saying equal signs B3 star C3. That is a formula. So even in practicals, if they have asked for a formula, use a formula. If they have asked for a function, use a function. A function is inbuilt, such as sum, average, VLOOKUP, COUNTIF, etc. But formulas, you generate them according to how you see the data. So from here, first of all, I would like to give you my contact. I'm going to share some papers to all those candidates who will be able maybe to email me or to WhatsApp me so that you get a number of papers that will help you in your vision. For example, when you look at here, this folder, hopefully you can see my folder. I've shared the folder here. Say yes that we can see your screen. Great. Now that you can see your screen, in the remaining days, there is this file here. This file here is named UNEB ICT sub ICT paper 1 from 2013 to 2024. So when you inbox me, you will get this file. And when you look at this file, here it has opened. It has a number of UNEB papers that is from 2013 up to 2024. Get this copy for your revision. Each paper, like this is a question paper of 2024, all the questions are here. Once the question is done, or once the questions are done, at the end of it, you find that there are answers. So these are the questions. Once questions are done, then you find the answers are there. The marking guides from this year, we proceed to 2023. The question is there. Then below the questions, you find there the answers. So please, this is for your vision. Go through all these questions when you get time, question, answer, so that you prepare how you will do your theory papers. So my number is generally here, 07756107762. You can also WhatsApp on that very number, so that when you WhatsApp, I just send you the material. You are not going to pay. It is for your vision to pass. When you get your distinction, say, thank you, Mr. Kakur Bernard. Just a thank you is enough. My email is kakurbernard5@gmail.com. So when you email on that mail, get those papers for your practice. Note down the number and the email before we proceed to paper 2. That is the number. Note it down, because I know even after doing your first papers, you normally have some time for practice for paper 1. You can still request for the practical papers, etc. That is my telephone number. That is my email. WhatsApp and get instantly. Email, I will respond to you. Now, from there, those who will WhatsApp, those who will email, you will get those papers. Same for paper 2. From 2013 up to 2024, all these papers are in one, I can call it a question bank, or in one file, and their support files are also there for your practice. Feel free to ask for different mock papers as well. They are also available. You will be able to get them. Next, I would like us now to proceed to practical. Let us head over to practical. Practicals, and I've said as we interact, the last session will be for questions and answers. Questions and answers. I've said those questions that I'm going to send you on WhatsApp, on your email, are for free. Not going to ask for any coin. The number, I've also put it in the chat section, those who are asking it. And the email, I've also put it in the chat section. It is for your own good to pass. Practical now. Let's look at the practicals. Let's look at the practicals. So with practicals, remember the paper is composed of 5 questions. These 5 questions, you are supposed to answer only 3 out of the 5. You are supposed to answer only 3 out of the 5. These 5 questions are set from electronic word processing, electronic spreadsheets, electronic publication, electronic databases, and presentations. Please, those who have gotten my number and they're asking papers now, can you first leave us? We complete the session. Are we together? And I'm sure you are hearing me. Whether you are on YouTube or here, let's first finish the online session. I will respond to you. Great. So while doing the practical papers, whether paper 2 or paper 3, you are supposed to take 2 hours, and then you are given support files. You are given support files to supplement the questions. while doing these practicals, you need to have a combination of your three numbers. And these combinations should be chosen while you are in the paper. Don't make decisions now. For you might say, I'm going to do Microsoft Word, but Microsoft Word comes when it is a bit disturbing. So please, when you enter into the paper, you need to first read everything. And then you choose what to do. Someone can do Word, PowerPoint, and Access. Another one can do Word, PowerPoint, and Publisher. Another one can do Word, PowerPoint, and Excel. Another one will do Word, Access, and Publisher. Another one will do Word, Access, and Excel. Another one will do PowerPoint, Access, and Publisher. Another one will do PowerPoint, Access, and Excel. Another one will do PowerPoint, Publisher, and Excel. Another one will do Access, Publisher, and Excel. So this means that you must do only 3 numbers. You must do only 3 numbers. We proceed. These are some of the reasons why candidates fail the practical paper. Candidates fail the practical paper because of cyberphobia. By the way, in paper 2 or paper 3, for you to get a point, at best, you need to have minimum 35 out of 60. And then in theory, you need to have a minimum 50 out of 100. So that is when you are looking for your point. So cyberphobia means that you are failing to get a minimum 35 out of 60, and you are failing to get a minimum 50 out of 100. Whether you get 60 out of 60 in practical, no point. You must also balance it in theory. Hopefully that one is clear. Slow typing speed, and you don't complete the given content in time. More to that, use of wrong applications to do tasks required of a particular application. Someone meets a table, it is for Microsoft Word, and they type it in Excel, and they fail to proceed. Or the table was for Access, someone has typed it in Excel, and vice versa. So we need to ensure that we really use the right applications. Next, failing to interpret the questions can make someone fail. Working to beautify the work and leaving out the required skills. More to that, failure to burn work, or you burn shortcuts on the CDs. Again, I'm saying, please, those who are sending me messages on WhatsApp right now, I'm not going to respond to them because I'm still in a session. So let's end the session. Once the session is done, I will respond to you. Thank you. You have gotten the number, preserve it. You have the email, write it somewhere. Another issue to make you fail is failure to print work, and then you submit an empty CD. These are some of the issues that make candidates fail the practical papers. How best should we do our practicals? We need to do planning, and I've said practicals, they take 2 hours. So within these 2 hours, plan them as follows. In the first 5 minutes, use the first 5 minutes to interpret questions and choose the right applications. You have said that you are going to use Excel, database, and Word after reading through all the numbers. 35 minutes should be for attempting and answering at least the question 1 that you have chosen. 35 minutes for answering the question 2 that you have chosen. 35 minutes for answering the question 3. And then 10 minutes remaining, at least use them to burn your work and to print your work. It is also advisable that after finishing number 1, use 1 to 2 minutes and print it. After finishing question 2, use 1 to 2 minutes and print it. Also, the third question, after doing it, use 1 to 2 minutes and print it. That means that if you are using 1 to 2 minutes, 1 to 2 minutes, those are 8. And the last 2 minutes should be for burning the work on the CD. Remember, the time for doing the work, burning and printing is within 2 hours. And it is always also stated clear on the timetable. So please, show your skills within those 2 hours and do your 3 numbers. 35 minutes each number. Let's proceed. That was our planning on how best we can do that very paper. So while doing paper 2 or paper 3, read those questions very well, because every word in a question statement matters. While marking practicals, we look for practical skills that are specific, and examiners are given what we call score sheets, where they will put your scores. Did you bold? Did you center? Did you underline? Did you italicize? Did you put a background color? etc. At times, the decorations are a waste of time. So understand the principles in every software or program or its function. Excel, Publisher, Word, PowerPoint, Access. After this discussion, I've said, if you don't know how to do mail merge, ask. I do it when you are seeing the steps here. If you don't know how to use VLOOKUP, ask. I do it when you are seeing the procedures here and all that. In database, I'm here to demonstrate every skill. So, when you are going to do an exam, the remaining time, please, in Excel, do enough practice. While working with spreadsheets, make sure that in spreadsheets, you know how and where am I supposed to add a new row or column. Understand the function parts. If you are on if, where do you open brackets from? Where do you put quotes from? Where do you put commas from? If you are doing the rank function, understand all those function parts. Then at times while you are ranking, the references remain constant or you make them absolute. Why? Always understand that. You must begin with equal signs. You must begin with equal signs. Why? Take note of values and labels in spreadsheets. Know how to add rows and columns. How do you hide or unhide some columns? How do you freeze some data? How do you add headers and footers? How do you rename some worksheets when you are asked? And again, don't confuse charts. If you are asked a bar graph, please generate a bar graph. If it is a pie chart, do so. And avoid highlighting or adding non-adjacent columns. Don't include columns that they have not asked you. Then at times you are asked to move a graph from one sheet to another. Also understand how to do that. And whatever I'm talking about here, in case you have a weakness, please ask when we begin practicals. Make sure you know functions like COUNTIF, rank, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP. Ask questions when I open an Excel sheet and it is for your turn. Any of those functions, I should be able to guide you. When it comes to database, remember you are handling a critical skill. And in this critical skill, you are creating database objects. Database objects, you begin with a table. And this table can be created from maybe a support file is a database file, or you have to import, or you have to create from scratch, etc. You must know how to deal with calculated queries and forms, how to keep some field names unchanged, how to perform different query criteria. In case you have a challenge with some query criteria, we are going to discuss them. You need to know how some data types behave, how to add primary keys, how to make relationships, how to play around with field properties. And field properties normally help us in formatting dates, currency, etc. You need to know how to work around with validation rules, etc. Then in Microsoft Word, make sure you know how to do mail merge. Make sure you know how to do drop caps up to 5 lines. Make sure you know how to do paragraph borders, text borders, or page borders. Practice text highlight and font color. Make sure you know how to add footers or watermarks of a specific text or to a certain page. Make sure you know how to do that, page numbering, and so on. When it comes to PowerPoint and Publisher, these ones are always having the same skills, creativity and design skills. We aim at a professional publication or presentation. And therefore, you need to avoid noise while dealing with these publications. In PowerPoint, you have to be careful to ensure that whatever they have asked you to put on a certain slide is what you have put there. If they have said on slide 4, put disadvantages of using the internet, and you find that you have put on slide 5, there is a mismatch there and you are losing marks. So please be careful with those slides. They have asked you to do that. Avoid poor and uncontrasting background colors. You must select appropriate designs. Avoid irrelevant clip arts. These days, clip arts are not common. You are given support files. And in case someone wants to know how to put a clip art, I will still demonstrate it. You are given support files. So make sure that the images you are inserting from support files, they are matching the topic that you are talking about. More to that, avoid overcapitalization in your work, because you are looking, make sure you use that caps lock key very well. Titles may be in uppercase and the content in sentence case. Make sure you select appropriate layouts or charts while asked. Avoid overcrowded content in your work. Avoid poor spellings and grammar. Make sure you choose proper font face or font styles and their colors. Practice on inserting organizational charts and tables and how to link your slides to one another, or a certain slide, maybe slide 3 to slide 5, or slide 1 to the last slide, and vice versa. Now, from here, I would like us to first dive into the practical session. When I open Microsoft Word like this, I want to see questions on Microsoft Word. These questions can be in the chat section, or you raise a hand and I address your question. Let's first lower all the hands. Let's first lower all the hands now so that we start properly. So after dealing with all the 5 applications together, let's first lower the hands, please. Let's first lower the hands. Okay. So after looking at all those questions that you will ask, we shall come back to this on how best can we handle our practicals. So let me first stop sharing. And then to begin with, let me again share my screen. To begin with, we are going to begin with Microsoft Word. And I'm going to first show 3 ways to begin Microsoft Word. Let me know if you can see my screen. Say yes in the chat section. Is my screen clear? Say yes in the chat section. Great. So, candidates, when you are going to do your practical paper, you have to begin by creating a folder in your names and personal number. For example, Kakur Bernard 514. That is my A-level index number, for example. Then I open my folder. If I'm going to do a Microsoft Word number, and it is not in the support files, but the question is saying load or open a word processing software of your choice and type the following information the way it is. That means that you are going to right click in your folder, you go to new, Microsoft Word document. Again, give it your names and your personal number, like that. Then press enter, enter again. That is how you are starting your work. Then from there, you are going to start typing. You start typing from the question paper that they have given you. Secondly, to start Microsoft Word, one can go in the support files they have been given. After opening the support file, look for the file. The question is saying, load the file name FUFA in the support files. So go and look for FUFA in the support files. Open it. After opening it, click File, Save As, Browse. Then look for Desktop, Kakur Bernard 514. Then here type a name, Kakur Bernard 514. You click Save. For any messages, click OK. That is the second way to start the work from the support files. So the work in our folder is here. The third way to open up Microsoft Word, go to the support files, copy this file, copy, Control C or right click, go to copy. Go to your working folder here, Kakur Bernard 514, right click, paste. After pasting, right click and choose rename, Kakur Bernard 514. Press enter, enter again, and start working. Lastly, to start Microsoft Word, one can go to Start, look for all programs, or search Microsoft Word. Once you have opened it, click File, Save As, Kakur Bernard 514, give it a name, Kakur Bernard 514, save, and start working. So now, if I have some work here, who has the first question? The first question, I'm seeing in the chat section, someone in the chat section was saying, please, if you ask a question and it is not on Microsoft Word, I'm not going to answer it now. Someone says, document referencing, calculations in Microsoft Word, when you have a table, inserting a watermark on one page, shading borders in a table. Okay, that is Landmark High School, Maya. Another one talks about mail merging. Great. If you have missed something here, please, this video is on YouTube. Go on YouTube, search for Kakur Bernard, and then you watch any step that I have. Maybe I was fast or you were looking aside and you jumped it. So when you go on YouTube, by the way, go to any browser, go on YouTube or type youtube.com. After going to YouTube, search for Kakur Bernard. Search for Kakur Bernard. Make sure the spelling is correct. Kakur Bernard. Press enter. When you go that side, for example, you can see that we are live. This is the session, Final Tips S6. But come and click this logo, Kakur Bernard, here or here. When you come here, you will find that there are a number of video lessons. If you missed this lesson, come here live. Or if anything was faster, the session will be here. Other fellow people or other fellow students are also live watching on YouTube. So come to live. This is the session. Final Tips S6 Sub ICT candidates. Something like that. So play it and enjoy. Also, if your problem is word processing, come here on search, type word processing. So when you go to word processing, you will enjoy a number of video lessons on YouTube. If your problem is database, search for database. So when you go to database, you'll find a number of video lessons. If the problem is publisher, go there, search for publisher, and enjoy those video lessons. Even if you go directly here on your web browser and search for Kakur Bernard database and press enter, you will get a number of video lessons here on database. So please, if something is faster and you didn't get it well, please go and watch the recording as well. Let's begin with mail merge. Someone has asked mail merge. If I'm going to mail merge and I have this as my main document, remember, please, if I've handled the mail merge, it shouldn't surface again. Let's follow mail merge. We have our main document saved in our folder. Then you must have the recipients table. We must have the recipients table. For example, if I have the recipients table as student lists like this, it is given to me in the support files. So I directly save it, click File, Save As. In my working folder, I save. The recipients, the data source. If you have not been given such kind of a list and you have it in form of paragraphs, so what you do is to create a table like that and save it in your folder. Save the table in your folder like this. Please don't type this table at the end of this document. Make sure the table is alone and your letter is alone. Once I have this kind of information, the table and the letter alone, I will now head over to mail merge. So let's now head over to mail merge. How do we do mail merge? We shall go to mailings. Let me know if my voice is clear and my screen is clear. Is my voice clear and my screen clear? Someone says not clear. Again, not clear. Is my voice clear? Say yes, only. Or clear. All right. So if my voice is now clear, let us now do mail merge. First of all, go to mailings. Secondly, go to select recipients. And then you say use an existing list. The list is on the desktop in our folder. So click existing list. Then from there, go to desktop, put Bernard 514, then select student list or recipients according to any name you saved your file. Double click that. Now, after having the recipients, what next is to insert the merge fields. We insert the merge fields. Someone says screen not clear. This person might be lying. So from here, let's insert merge fields. Someone is saying we are viewing the wrong sharing. Okay, let me share the other screen. Are you seeing that screen now? Is the screen clear now? Someone says wrong sharing. I don't know. Let me stop. Then I share. Is that screen okay now? All right. So if the screen is clear now, let's mail merge. Let's do mail merge. Let's now do mail merge as follows. Mailings. Those who are not seeing the screen, let me repeat. Let me start from afresh. While that is my screen. If my screen is clear, let's proceed. Great. So I've said we go to mailings. After going to mailings, we say select recipients, use an existing list. When I tap use existing list, now we look for our list. Our list is on the desktop, Kakur Bernard 514. Then we choose student list. Are we together? Are we together? Say yes in the chat section if we are together. Great. So after doing that, now we come and insert the merge fields. So we click here and create some space. Then up here, we go to insert merge fields. So click here, student name, press enter, insert merge field, parent name, press enter. Another one can be mobile contact. Or maybe some fields were inside here. So I click here, insert merge field, maybe title. Let me bold it so that it is clear. Another one maybe somewhere here, insert merge field, gender. Let me bold it. Then let's insert another one here, insert merge field, category of participant. So at that point, someone says my voice is too low. Please try to increase it on your end. Try to increase it on your end. Great. So from here, we are now going to see the results. Preview results. So when you click here, preview results, you should be able to see that these merge fields are now clear. Then after that, check, are all results there? Next record, next, 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 like that. Then after, finish and merge. Finish and merge. Edit individual documents. Click all. OK. Now, these are our 6 letters. Each letter is on its own page. That means that you are going to print. So you click File, Print. Print these letters on A4. Print these letters on A4. Click Print. That is mail merge. So save your final letters. Click File, Save As. In our folder, we print them as final letters. Save. That is mail merge. In case you missed any procedure, please go back and rewatch that video because we need to have very many questions to answer. Go and rewatch that video or directly on YouTube. Direct on YouTube, there is a video only about mail merge. So when you come here, search about Kakur Bernard mail merge. Kakur Bernard mail merge. So you'll find this very video only on mail merge. It's about 11 minutes. Watch only about mail merge. So next question was about how do we make calculations? How do we make calculations in a table? So if I have a table here, I insert. Let me know if my screen is clear again. Is my screen clear again? Great. We are going to insert a table. I go to insert table. Let me insert a table so that we can do calculations. I have names. I have Ben, Joan. And we have BOT, midterm, EOT. So when it comes to Ben, let's say BOT was out of 20, midterm was out of 30, and EOT was out of 50. Ben maybe scored 15, Joan scored 17, midterm out of 30, this one scored, let's say, 22. This one maybe scored 20. EOT out of 50, this one might have scored maybe 32. And this one has scored maybe 40. Then we want to get totals here, for example. We want to get this plus this plus this plus that. Let me know if we are together there. Are we together? Great. So let's get totals here. To get totals, you click where you want to get the totals. We are adding up all these ones here. Up here, you will see table layout. From table layout, click formula. This table layout comes only when you have clicked in a table. When I click outside, table layout is not there. But when I click where I want to calculate, table layout comes, I click formula, then from here, sum left. It means that I want to add what is on the left. I simply click OK, nothing else. Sum left, I get that. If I want to multiply all these ones here, I want to multiply them, I come here, I got formula. Then instead of all these, I will say equal signs, product, open brackets, left, I close brackets. Product, left, equal signs, product, left. I click OK. So this is the product of all these ones. If I want to add these ones, I have total. And I want to add what is here. Still table layout, formula, sum above. I want to add what is above. I click OK. Let's say I want average here. Let me write average. And I want to get average here. I still got table layout, formula. Instead of average above, I mean, instead of sum above, I will remove that word sum. I put average above. I click OK. So that's how you do calculations in a table. Someone asked, how do we put grids? I mean, how do we put patterns in a table? For example, you can meet a table when they are asking you to fill it with patterns. Let's say here, I go home on the home tab. Then here, borders. I click the down arrow here, borders. I go to borders and shading. Then one goes to shading. When I go to shading, I might be asked to put a color. So under fill color, choose, let's say that color. Apply to a cell. Okay. If not that kind of color, you are asked to put what we call patterns. I select, for example, this. Still, borders and shading. I got shading, then patterns. Style, I click here. I scroll down up here. I choose, for example, DK grid. I click OK. So that is a DK grid. Like that. So you select borders and shading, patterns, then styles, click the down arrow and select, for example, LT vertical. I click OK. Something like that. Another question in the chat section, someone was looking at, because I've answered so far how to calculate in tables, how to put grids. Another question? Please keep the questions coming in the chat section. End note. Someone is asking validation text. Please, if a question is not for that application, I'm not going to answer that one. You must answer the question in Microsoft Word. When we go to Excel, ask questions of Excel. Hopefully, I'm clear. And I've said I'm not going to repeat any process. If I've skipped or if I was too fast for you, please go and watch the recording, play and pause, and use your speed. So someone is asking how to put an end note. How to put an end note, how to put watermarks on one page. Okay. How to put watermarks. For example, if I have this document and it has more than 2 tables, I mean it has more than 2 pages. For example, how do we insert another page? I click below. I go to insert blank page. I insert another blank page. Maybe I paste here some information. Someone is asking, how do we put a watermark? To begin with, I'm going to show you how to put a watermark on all the pages. Secondly, how do we put a picture watermark? Thirdly, how do we put a watermark on one page? If you miss any of those steps, no repeating, but go and follow the recording. How do we put a watermark? Go to Design, Watermark, come to Custom Watermark. Reaching Custom Watermark, choose Text Watermark, Text 514. In case you have been asked to format your watermark, maybe a certain font color, maybe Comic Sans, select it, font color red, click OK. This is a watermark. This watermark has gone to all the pages. Another one can be asked to put a watermark only to one page. For example, this second page here. I want to put a watermark on page 2 here. Go and first click there. To ensure that the page is active, page design, watermark, then here. These confidential things. Confidential, don't copy, etc. Any of these. Right click on any of those. For example, here, I right click. Please don't first click, but right click on any of those. Then insert at current document position, meaning that you want to insert the watermark where the cursor is breaking right now. So I click there, then you will see this. Don't copy. It is only to that page. So from there, hover around, move the pointer around it. You will see a 4-star pointer like that. Click. You have selected it. After clicking, right click and choose edit text. From edit text, then you can write your watermark, Kakuru Bernard 514. Then click outside. This is a watermark to one page only. It is there on page 2. How do we insert a watermark as a picture? Still go page design, watermark, custom watermark, then here, picture. When you click picture watermark, look for the picture. Where is it? Select. Look for it in your computer. Of course, in the support files. So go desktop, support files, look for that picture they have given you and select it. Click OK. That is the picture watermark. I go back to the question. Someone was asking how to export from Excel to Word. We are still in Word, but anything to do with export and importing in Word and Excel, it's a matter of copy and paste. We only have importing in PowerPoint. We have also importing in database. And we also have exporting in database, but not in Word and Excel. Between those two applications, we normally copy and paste. Someone was asking how to make columns, how to make a paragraph appear in 3 columns, okay? So first of all, for example, here on page 1, I'm going to highlight, for example, this paragraph here. I'm going to highlight it. I go to layout, columns. If they want 2, select 2. If they want 3, select 3. If they want more than 3, go there, more columns, select 4. These are 4. If they have asked line in between, select line in between. Okay. These are the 4 columns. Another person in the chat section is asking, please, can you keep your questions in the chat section? Someone is asking how to copy work to another page. Haven't we done that? Or you are not following? Highlight, for example, there, copy. Let's say I want to create another page. So click here, go to insert, blank page. That is a new page. You can press Ctrl V on the keyboard or on the home tab, click paste. That is how to copy work from one page to another. Someone in the chat section is asking how to draw graphs, how to draw pictures. Someone is again asking how to draw watermark. Please stop there. Okay. How do we insert shapes? Go to insert, shapes. Pick, for example, a simile face. You draw it there. Just like that. After drawing, at times you are asked to do text wrapping. Here, wrap text. One can choose square. When I use square, you can see the text has created space for it. Then when you have been told to wrap tight, that is wrap tight also. You have been told To bring it behind the text, you can see it is behind the text. That is shape format, wrap text. Choose according to what the question is asking. At times, you are told to insert a certain image, not a shape. So I go to insert picture from the support files. From the support files on the desktop. Let's say I insert this image. After inserting it, we can resize it. After sizing, wrap text. For example, tight, like that. At times, you can be asked to make this image, like this tree, to appear on the right. Still under picture format, come here, rotate objects. When you go to rotate objects, you choose flip horizontal. When you tap flip horizontal, you can see this tree turned from the left to the right. All those are under shape format, etc. Someone was asking, how do we insert a hyperlink? And another one was asking, how do we do? Oh, some of these questions, shall we finish the facilitation? Some questions are more obvious. I'm going to do hyperlink, strike through, endnote, footnote. Then we go to Excel. So, footnote. You are asked to put a footnote, for example, on the word online that appears in paragraph 1. The difference between a footnote and an endnote is that a footnote appears at the end of that page that you are selected, or where we are, or where the cursor is, the active page. While an endnote will go at the end of your document. So to begin with, they want you to insert a footnote on the word online that appears in paragraph 1 of page 1. So I write online. It is a reference. Go to references. Footnote here. Endnote is here. Footnote. So where the cursor is blinking here, we can write the word as internet. That is the word they wanted us to put. Or if they have asked you to put the word that select the word match in the middle column and insert an endnote as corresponding. So highlight the word match, then you go insert endnote. So we are now at the bottom of our page. I mean of our document. It has 4 pages, so an endnote goes at the end. So from here, we are looking at corresponding. That is our endnote. Then hyperlink. Hyperlink is of 2 ways. Hyperlink is of 2 ways. One way, they can tell you to insert a hyperlink, for example, on the word elements. Insert a hyperlink as www.google.com. So highlight that word. On the keyboard, you can press Ctrl K. It brings you here. Insert hyperlink. Alternatively, go to insert and choose hyperlink or link. So when I click there, this space comes again. Address www.google.com. You click OK. That means that when someone right clicks here, we'll see open hyperlink. It will directly take you to that very website. Hopefully you have seen that. That is one way of hyperlinking. Secondly, you find that your document must have headings for you to do hyperlink in the same document. How? do you provide headings? For example, this is one way we provide headings. Let's say I want to put a heading here. I click here. I want to put a heading here. I paste. This heading, those who ask table of contents, this is the same way. You first provide headings in your work. So I click here. I go home. And I choose here, under styles, choose heading. Let's have another heading. For example, I want to have a heading here. I type that heading and I click here, heading. Type yes in the chat section that we have seen how to put headings. Then I go, for example, on page 2, and I want also a certain heading. So on page 2, I provide a heading, I highlight and I put heading. Then maybe on page 3, I also have a certain heading. So I highlight that, I put heading. Then on the last paragraph, let me also have a heading, pictures. I put heading. So after that, they have told you that highlight the word design that appears on the first page and link it to heading 1 on page 1. So here, Control K, or go to insert, link. Then from here, you say press in this document. When you say press in this document, you will see all the headings in your work. So this was the heading on page 1. So I select that. Okay. So when I right click and I say open hyperlink, it will directly take me to page 1. That is hyperlink of different types, hyperlinking in one document. I mean, yes, in the same document, and then hyperlinking by putting a link. Someone was asking, how can you put a caption? That is also a reference feature. Another one is saying, how do we put page X of Y? And how do we put a page border on only one page? Those are the last things I'm answering on Microsoft Word. Then we go to Excel. So this document has 5 pages. How do I put a page border only to the first page? Go home. Then here, borders, click there. Borders and shading. From there, click page border. Then you can select like box or shadow. Then these words here, apply to, always be careful. Apply to, click there and say, this page, I mean this section, first page only. Or if you don't want first page to have a border, you select that. So we want first page only. Then I can choose the width of my border. I can give it a color. Then I click OK. I save changes. So here we have inserted the border only to this page. Others are not having borders. Someone wants to know how to put page X of Y. Go to insert, page numbers, bottom of page, then here. See the samples. Plain numbers, page X, scroll down. As you read, page X of Y, you can select like middle. Page X of Y means this one is X, the current active page. Y is the number of pages in your document. So when I scroll down, I go to page 2. X will be 2. Why am I having only one? Let me first close. So we have said that X is that current page. Y are the number of pages in your document. So please, we are done with Microsoft Word. Some of the questions you are asking utilize all the videos on Kakur Bernard's YouTube, all those questions are there. All the answers are there. Someone is saying caption, caption, caption. We have said that is a reference feature. So all those things are here, reference. Table of contents, captions. Okay, 2. So if I have an image here, how do you insert a caption? Click the image, go to references, then you say insert caption. Then figure 1, house with a tree. Click OK. So it must be below the image. Click OK. So this is the caption of this. If it is a table, it must be above the table. The caption must be above the table. Highlight your table, go to references, caption. So this one, label, table. So this one, students' results. Click OK. So this is the caption. Lastly, table of contents. Remember, we have made headings. We highlighted, we made headings. So to make table of contents, it is very easy. Let's create a blank page here. I click here. I go to insert, blank page. So I have a new page here. I click, go to references, table of contents. Then, for example, I choose automatic table 2. Automatic table of contents will be there according to the headings you provided. Here are our table of contents. Candidates, allow me close Microsoft Word from here. Let's go to Excel. Can you say thank you in the chat section for now? Because if we say let's do Word, we can even close at 8 while doing Microsoft Word. But at least let's go to another number. Great. Let's go to Excel. Next will be Excel. Let me share my entire screen so that we can go to Excel. Next will be Excel. So in our folder, or you got the support files, you pick the number they have told you, for example, candidates. I click File, Save As, Kakur Bernard 514. I give it my names and personal number, Kakur Bernard 514. I save. So to begin with, a few things I'm going to do here. Let me start with basic functions and formulas. Then later, you can have your questions in the chat section. So in Excel, to begin with, we have this kind of data. We can, for example, do some totals by using a function and a formula. Totals equal sign sum. That is a function. I highlight this. I cross brackets. Enter. That is a function. If the question has said use a function, equal sign sum, open brackets, highlight the range. But if the question has said use a formula, that means that you are going to say equal signs, get that, plus that, plus that, plus that one. Or equal signs, open brackets, select the, add the ranges, close. Add the cell references, and then you close. That is a formula. Or even if without brackets, when I press enter, I still get the same answers. Please always read the question very well. If the question is asking for functions or formulas, so that you don't fail. After that, we can have average. Average, equal signs, average. Open brackets, highlight the range. That is a function. Cross the brackets. Enter. That is average. If they have told you to use a formula, please use a formula. Equal signs, for example, I get total divided by the 4 subjects. Like that. I press enter. Click in the answer, autofill. After getting such results, at times, you are asked to put them to 1 decimal place value. Highlight. Then from here, under the number tab on home, you can choose here to reduce them or to increase them. 1 decimal place value, or right click, format cells, number, decimal place is here, increase or reduce. Then you click OK. That is it. The common functions, again, we normally ask you to look for position. With position, you are supposed to use the rank function. And this is how you do it. Equal signs, rank, R-A-N-K. Open the brackets. Then we are ranking using average, for example, comma. Then you select the entire range of average column, like that. After selecting it, put a comma. But then, before you put the order as ascending or descending, you must make this range absolute by putting dollar signs. One can press the F4 on the keyboard. Those functions, F1, F2, up to F12, select F4 and make it absolute. Or one can do it manually, but make sure that you know where to put the dollar signs. Dollar signs are put here before the reference and here after that letter. Same here, same here. Then after rank with order 0, so that the one with the highest average mark is ranked the first. If we want the one with the least average mark, then that means that we shall use 1 descending. We press enter. That is rank. We autofill to get the rest. So in the chat section, someone is saying, talk about how to insert a row between Alfred and James. That is okay. VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Okay, then let's do that. So here we are going to use these 3 functions at a go. I don't expect them to come again. I want us to see how do we give comments, how do we give remarks, or how do we give grade using if, or VLOOKUP, or HLOOKUP. All these are the same when you are using them. So to begin with, please put your questions in the chat section. I will respond to them. Someone is saying talk about comments. And now the comments I'm going to do, I'm going to use if, I'm going to use VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. All of them, they do the same work. Then from there, I will go to count if, because there are no more questions above there. So I'm going to start with if. Those who don't know how to use the if function, let's say you are told to give comments or you give grades using if. For example, that from 0, if we have marks and the comment or the remarks, that from 0 to 50, okay, from 0 to 60, that let those ones have improve. Or if you are grading, that let those ones have maybe a C4, something like that. Then from actually, let me call this one 59. And then from 60 to 70, that these ones can have good. And then let me call this one 69. Then that those with 70 and above, 70 to 100, excellent. So I want us to first use if here to work out this using their average mark. So we begin by saying equal signs if, open brackets, we select average, comma, if average is greater or equal to 70, comma, we open quotes and say excellent, close quotes, comma, we bring another if, open brackets, if average is greater or equal to 60, comma, open quotes, good, close quotes. Now, our if statement is ending. Once we are left with 1, we don't bring another if. So here, we simply put a comma, we open the quotes, and put improve. We close quotes. After closing the quotes, count how many brackets have you opened. I've opened 2. So you close with 2 brackets, and after you press enter. So when I press enter, I get the comments. I get the remarks. So the same thing we are doing here with if you were provided with grade. So you put C4, D1, F9 like that in the quotes. So to continue, if I have not used the if, I can use VLOOKUP. So with VLOOKUP, you must have a table, which we call an array table, like such a table here. This kind of a table, for it, it's better you put only the first values, 0, then 60, and then 70. For VLOOKUP table, must look like this for you to work it out faster. That is the VLOOKUP table. And then, how am I going to use this VLOOKUP table? VLOOKUP table. So this table, we normally call it the array table, table of results. So in our comments, we shall say equal signs VLOOKUP. I open the brackets. VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup because the table is arranged vertically. Max comments. We are using average, comma, VLOOKUP, open brackets G2, comma, come and highlight your range here in the array table. After highlighting your range in the array table, this array table will have column 1 for max, which are already represented by average. But what we need now are the comments. So under comments is column 2. So we shall put a comma. We say 2, column 2. I close brackets. Now I must make this range absolute. Make it fixed by pressing F4 on the keyboard, or you add the dollar signs manually like the way I showed under position. So I press F4 on the keyboard to make it absolute. This is the VLOOKUP function. Once I'm done, as simple as that, I press enter. Then I autofill. The same results of if are the same with VLOOKUP. Now, I want us to use HLOOKUP. With HLOOKUP, I remove the comments. With HLOOKUP now, this table, instead of being vertically, I have to make it horizontal. So I need to have a horizontal table. So this horizontal table, for example, I will have it as follows: max, and then comments. That means that I will have 0, which is improve. Then I have 60, which is good. I have 70, which will be excellent. Alternatively, if I have this table ready, I can turn it into horizontal like this. So this is my horizontal table. Now, if I have this kind of table that is vertical like this, I can make it horizontal. How? Copy. After copying it, click where you want your table to be. Then come here below, paste, and say transpose. So when you transpose, you get the horizontal table. So this is our VLOOKUP, our HLOOKUP table. HLOOKUP stands for horizontal lookup. So this is our horizontal lookup table. Equal signs, HLOOKUP. I open brackets. I use average again, comma. We come and select our range horizontally like that, comma. Remember, this must be made absolute, F4 on the keyboard. Then, lastly, row 2 that has comments, row 2. So put there 2, close the brackets, and then you press enter. Like that. Whether if VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, they give the same results. Now, someone asked about count if. For example, I want us to count how many are having 80 and above in English here. Those who have 80 in English and above. Equal signs, count if. Open brackets, highlight the range for English. After highlighting range for English, comma, open quotes, greater equal to 80. Close the quotes, close brackets. Here we want those members who are having 80 and above. That is count if. I press enter. It is showing me that there are 4. Those who have 80 and above in English. Someone asked, how do we insert a row between such kind of values? So that means that, for example, if I have Rogers, and Kataike, and I want to insert a row between Rogers and Kataike, I'm going to highlight Kataike. I right click and I say insert. So this is a new row and I call it Bernard. Then I start putting the values. So after putting the values, the rest will auto-calculate themselves. Another one said, I'm not seeing questions of Excel. How do we insert a title? Someone is asking, how do we grade? I have finished. The way I have done comments is the way you are going to do grades. Then, how to insert a heading, a footer. Okay, so let's insert a heading on top. So for example here, select these ones using that kind of pointer, select here on the left, right click and say insert. Then I can start writing students' performance in end of term 2025. So after writing that heading, we normally ask you to merge and center. So highlight like that. After highlighting, you come here, merge and center. You click. Then from there, you can board. You can put any background color with when asked, increase font size, etc. That's how you put the title. Another one in the question is asking, how do we put percentages? How do we insert a chart title? And how do we print our worksheet? Okay. So headers and footers. Go to insert, headers and footers. Put here your header, Kakur Bernard. Go to footer, 514. Go back to header. Click in your work. You will find that your work is split. What you do, go page layout, orientation, landscape. If you put in landscape and it is still missing, some content is still going to another page, come here, page setup, click here, and choose fit to, paper size, A4. Click OK. So however big the work is, it must fit there. Don't print this work before putting the grids. So highlight this work. After highlighting, go home, tab, then here, or borders, select and put borders. We have put borders, you have put headers and footers. Someone is asking, how do we do filtering? For example, you are asked filter and get students who have D1 in math, given that a D1 is at 75 and above. Get this data, all of it here, select all the worksheet or Control A twice, copy, Control C, or click here, copy, click on sheet 2, or create a new sheet, and paste, Control V, or click here, paste. From this data, I want us to filter those who have a D1 in math, given that a D1 is at 75 and above. So highlight the column for math like that. After highlighting that column, go home tab, come here, sort and filter. Then you say filter. When you tap filter, you will see this down arrow. Click there and come to number filters. From number filters, you say greater than equal to. Select that. And from here, you say 75. Then you click OK. So these are members who have a D1 in math. Then you are told to create a graph, for example, of names against marks in D1. So you first highlight names, then you select marks of D1 and maybe average. So you hold down Control, select the rest. Go to insert. You have been asked to create a column graph. Go to insert, then come to charts, select column graph. The graph is here. It is always advisable to put it on its new sheet. So you can right click and say move chart. Then here, give it a name, column graph. Column graph. Then you say, okay. There we are. So after having this kind of graph, you must label it very well. Under chart design, put the title, put the y-axis and the x-axis. Go quick layout and pick like layout 9. With layout 9, you are able to put the titles. A column graph or a graph showing names and their marks. Enter. Put y-axis, marks, enter. Select x-axis, names, press enter. Then put your headers and footers. Go to insert, header, custom header, 514, click OK. Go to custom footer, Kakur Bernard, 514, or Kakur Bernard like that. Okay, click OK. Save changes. Let me check other questions on Excel. I've showed you how to insert headers and footers. Someone is asking, how do we put work on orientation? The way I've inserted a graph is the way you insert a pie chart and a line graph. Someone is saying, can I delete the lookup table? Don't delete that data if you have used it. Otherwise, your work will have hash name, etc. Okay. So lastly, in Excel, someone has said, how do we put percentages and how do we put the UGX symbols? All right. I think that's all. If I have, let's say this were amount, I highlight this amount. I right click, format cells. Then from here, I select currency. Then from here, symbol, UGX. I select that. I click OK. That's how we put the symbols. If that UGX is not there, maybe they have asked you to put USH. Yes, something like that. Maybe Uganda shillings like that. So what you do, highlight, right click, format cells, currency. First remove the decimal places. Then symbol, first put UGX like that. Then after seeing UGX is there, click custom. And then you remove this UGX and put USHS. USHS. Click OK. That is the UGX. I mean the USH symbol. Someone has asked, how do you freeze data? So freezing, it means that I may need to keep such kind of data fixed while others scrolls. So highlight, for example, this kind of data. You are going to go to data. When you go to, the view tab, when you go to view tab, so when you go to view tab, you are supposed to tap freeze pens. But this freeze normally works when you have not merged some of these cells. So meaning that we don't need merge and center here so that our freeze can work. So that means that if I highlight here, I go to view. Could it be because we have put headers and footers? Yes. Let me open a new data source here. And we freeze, for example, here, the top, go to view, freeze pens. So this normally happens when you have not put the headers and footers. So we freeze pens. Choose according to the instruction. So for example, the top row. So when you choose the top row, or when I say keep the top row, choose according to the task and freeze pens. Okay. So can we now go to database? Database. Someone is asking, how do we put headings vertically? Okay. So highlight, for example, these ones. Highlight those ones. Then after highlighting here, you can right click, format cells, then click alignment, and maybe put 45. When you put that angle, click OK. That is the alignment of the text. So, database. Let's have questions in the chat section for database. So in my folder, if I right click and I go to new Microsoft Access database, Kakur Bernard 514. In my database, at times you are asked to import data that is in Excel. How do we import? To import, first enable content, then you go to external data, new data source, from file, then choose Excel. Then you look for your Excel file, browse it in the support files. For example, I take a file called Majana. I want us to use this file for all the database questions. So I click OK. So from here, I choose sheet 1. Next, make sure first rows contain column headings is selected. I click Next. Next, choose a primary key. If it is this one, take it. If it is that one, select it. Click Next. From there, give it a name, for example, mothers, and click Finish. Okay. Close. So from there, we have imported our table. Let's have questions of database in the chat section. Okay, I'm waiting for questions in the chat section. How to create a report, logo, footer, calculations. Great. Okay, calculations. So let's do the work of database. Let's do database. So to begin with, this is our table. This table, I want us to modify it very well. Some questions that are normally asked on the table. For example, these names, they can ask you to put them in uppercase. They ask you that this date, put it in medium date. Then put a UGX symbol here, etc. So to begin with, go home, click View, Design View. And when you put your table in Design View, you can start now modifying it and make some changes. Date of birth, put a right data type, date stroke time. Then, if I make it date stroke time, they have told you to make it medium date. They have told you to make it medium date. So come to Format. Then you select medium date, something like that. They have told you to add a UGX symbol on doctor's fee. So click, can be currency or number. Then you come to Format here. You open quotes, UGX, close quotes, put some space, 0 or hash, comma, hash, 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 3 times, or 0, comma, add more 3 zeros. The zeros and the hash, they are going to accommodate the unknown values. UGX 10,000, 1,000, like that. Save changes, go to view, datasheet view. UGX, medium date. Let's turn these names in uppercase shortly. Go to view, design view. Names here, under input, under format, remove that and put the greater than symbol. So that one, if you click view, datasheet view, names are in capital letters. Someone was asking, how do we perform calculations? I'm going to show calculations in a query and calculations in a form. For example, the calculation I'm going to do is to calculate the doctor's discount if it is like 25% in a query. I create query wizard or design query wizard. I click OK. I take all fields from available selected using the double arrow. Next, next. I can call it discount. I modify the query in design view. I finish. Let me know if my screen is clear. Say yes if the screen is clear. All right, let's proceed. Now, we are calculating discount of doctor's fee if given that it is 25%. That one, you have to be in a new field here. In a new field here, you right-click, build, or click builder here so that you can access the expression builder. And within this, you are going to type 25/100 star. You double click doctor's fee here. That is it. 25/100 star doctor's fee. You double click it, click OK. After this, remove this expr1 and put say discount. When you're done with that, run. This is the discount using a query. How do I do that? In a form. Create form wizard. I take fields from available selected using double arrow. Next, next. I can call it discount form. Finish. This is our form. Click view, design view. So on the form, you are supposed to add a new field called discount. So here I create space like that. I'm going to add a new field by picking a text box. Small b, small a, small b, pick a text box. You come and draw here. After drawing, now rename this text 13. I expand it a bit. Even this side, I can make it a discount. Then I click on bound. After clicking on bound, go to property sheet here. The purpose of going here is to access the expression builder. So I go property sheet. After clicking property sheet, I click data tab. From data tab, I click control source. After clicking control source, I click these 3 dots. From the 3 dots, I can now write 25/100 star. I double click doctor's fee without the word label. So double click this. I click OK. I save changes. I click view, form view. This is a discount calculated in a form. Things that are common on a form are: 1, putting your footer. So here, form footer. Go in design view, pick a label, capital A, small a, you draw here. Kakur Bernard 514. That is your footer. At times, in a form, you are asked to put some background color. So right click anywhere and say fill color. Pick a color. Same here, right click, fill color, pick a color. Also in a form, you are asked to put date and time. So you can pick date and time from here, select it, click OK. That is date and time. Also in a form, you can be asked to lock all fields so that no new entries are made. So you have to lock your form. So first of all, if I click view, form view, this is date and time, the colors, and the footer. If I, for example, here, this is Mukono, one can put A, it becomes Mukona. But someone is saying, lock the form so that no new entries are made. So what do? Click view, design view, come and select these text boxes on the right. After selecting them like that, come here, property sheet, data, locked. Instead of no, come and say yes. Save changes. Click view, form view. So here I can't delete, I can't type. That is locking the form. Someone was asking, how do we calculate age? How do we calculate age in a query? Great. So how do we calculate age? Remember, we have our date of birth field, so we can calculate age. Create query wizard or design, query design. I add my mother's table. I select all fields, I put them there. So for age, you must also create a new field there. Create a new field, right click, build, or click builder here, so that we access the expression builder. And here for date, we normally use a function called dateDiff. It's better, before you start calculating, you save this query. Save it so that you have expression categories here. So Control S, I call it age, I click OK. Now under this new field, I right click and I type build. So when I type build, it means that now I'm going to start date diff. It means date difference, and you are subtracting different years from the current one. Date diff, open brackets, open quotes, y 4 times, year, e.g. 2025, in quotes, comma. Now double click the date of birth field here, date of birth. After selecting that, put a comma and put today's date by clicking on common expressions. Then you double click current date. After that, cross the brackets you had opened earlier. In case you have any issues with any of database issues, go on YouTube, search for Kakur Bernard, then watch that lesson called Comprehensive Lesson on Database. So this we are done with our function. Click OK. Then rename this from EXPR1 to age. Run. So this is our age calculated. Someone was saying, I need to know how to create a report. Go to create, report wizard, pick, let's say from mothers, next, next. If you have told to group, you select a grouping from here. Maybe according to doctor's fee, you take it. If the grouping is not there, click next. If you have told to sort, maybe names, ascending or descending, do that. Next, next, mother's report. I finish. So after finishing, you can see that names are arranged in alphabet. Some fields have hash hash, meaning that we need to expand them. Close, preview, and work on those fields that are longer. For example, this mother's name, I can highlight, I reduce it a bit. I select MID, I bring it here, I reduce it a bit. I select date of birth, bring it behind, and I expand it a bit because it had hash hash. I select BID, bring it behind a bit. I can reduce it slightly. The districts like that. Doctor's fee, I expand it. So if I click view, report view, this is our report. One can put headers and footers. Go back to view, design view. I remove that. I pick a label, I draw. Mother's report 2025. I click outside, click on it, go home, increase font size, font color, bold, etc. If you are asked to put a footer, here report footer, go under report design, pick a label, draw. 514. You are asked to insert an image in your report. Insert images here, browse, pick the image, maybe from your support files. For example, that you draw. Click view, report view. That is our report with an image, a header, and a footer, etc. So let me check again in the chat section. What are some of the questions about I have done everything. Someone is asking for query about date. Report is done. We have done calculations. I'm looking at your questions. Range, a certain range. Okay. Someone is asking a certain range. Someone is saying, is it a must we should use wizard or design? You can use any provided you are comfortable with it and the results come out. Someone is asking for relationships and another one is asking for bond between the ranges. For example, I've said, please keep the questions in the chat section because when I open the microphone, you find that we spend more time. Some members don't unmute. Please put the questions in the chat section. I'm answering them. So, for example, you are asked to return members who are born between 2000, because this data is for 2011 to 2016. For example, they want you to return members born in between 2014, between 12, yes, between 2012 and 16. How do you do that? Create query wizard or design, click OK from the table. Next, we want 2012 to 2016. Modify, finish. This means that in your answers should be beginning with 13 and 15. 2012 and 16 are exclusive. So finish. Criteria under date of birth here. We shall write it in a 3-figure format. Greater equal to first stroke January stroke 2013 because we don't want 12 there. Space and less equal to 31st December 2015. That is the range for those members who were born between 2013 and 2015. Another one can write and say greater 31st December 2012 space and less equal to less, because we want now they are less equal to 31st, sorry, less equal to less 1st January stroke 2016, like that. That's how you exclude the middle dates. So remember, you must write it in a 3-figure format. So let us now run and see our results. So when we run, these are members, they are excluding 2012 and 16. Save it. Someone else was asking about relationships. For relationships, you must have 2 tables. Let me add another table. Let me import another table. We do relationships and then we go to PowerPoint. So if I add another table, let me add another table here. For example, I've added this table. First rows contain column headings. So if I have another table here, that means that I'm going to go to create, external data, database tools. To create relationships, you go to database tools, and then you click on relationships. Add details table, add mothers table. So that means that you can get this reg number and you put it on mother ID or you put it on BID. You click create. So these 2 tables have been joined and they can't separate. That is the relationship. You simply save changes. So permit me, we go to PowerPoint. Hopefully, members, I've done calculations. And if you have any problem in database, please, this video, go on YouTube. When you reach on YouTube, search for Kakur Bernard, because I want to show you the best database video to watch. Kakur Bernard database, lesson 5. So when you go to this one, comprehensive database, this lesson has all the things to do on a table, most queries, validation rules, validation texts, how do you do auto numbering, all those ones that you have been asking. Please get time and watch this comprehensive database lesson 5. You will understand database better. Permit me, we go to PowerPoint. Someone is asking, please don't leave without doing the validation rule. Wow. So, members, when it comes to validation rule here, mothers table, they are telling you, please limit doctor's fee not to exceed 900,000. What you do, go to view this table, design view, click doctor's fee, go down here, validation rule, and say less equal to 900,000, for example. Then come to text and say doctor's fee limited to not more than 910,000. Something like that. So when you put that, save changes, Yes, click view, datasheet view. So what I have put, for example, this was 40,000. If I put 920 and I click somewhere, it will say doctor's fee limited to not more than 910,000. So please, that is validation rule. That's how you limit in the field properties. So click OK. So you must change it so that it is not that. If I put 905,000, that one it is saying, which figure did I put here? Let's say 90. That one accept. So that's how validation rules work. So you have to put everything here, validation rule. Oh, I had put 900, not 910, okay? Like that. So let's go to PowerPoint. I close database. Please continue to enjoy all these lessons because database has more lessons. PowerPoint. In my folder, is my screen still visible? Say yes, your screen is clear. We got PowerPoint. Can we go to PowerPoint? Great. So to begin with, in my PowerPoint, I right click, I go to new, Microsoft PowerPoint presentation. Then I call it Kakur Bernard 514. I open. You can meet some questions which are asking you to import in PowerPoint. How do you import in PowerPoint? It is as simple as going to new slide. Then you say slides from outline. When you go slides from outline, then look for the file you are going to import from support files, desktop, support files. Look for that file you are going to import. Double click it and then wait for slides. Slides will be created automatically like that. That's how we import. Now you have slides. What you need to do are the main things that are asked. One, let's first have the main slide here. I click there, I press enter, or I click new slide, title slide, UK fishing flats. Then Kakur Bernard 514. So in PowerPoint, we are going to do the common asked questions. One, we ask you to put designs. So go to design, choose any design of your choice. After putting a design, some things you can use a slide master to put them there. Use a slide master to put animations, transitions, etc. Go to view, slide master. Scroll up, click the parent slide. When you pick the parent slide, now we can start putting some of the animations. For example, select the headings, go to animations. We can choose like grow and turn. Remember here, we tell you to use your choice because different schools use different office versions. So slide animations and transitions, use your choice. Then here for main text, one can say, let me use Shivo. Then you can be told for headings, maybe give them font size, maybe 54, bordered with a shadow, maybe color red. Main text, maybe Times New Roman, font size 32, something like that. Then put a line between master title and master text. Go to insert or from home, shapes are here, pick a line. Use shift to draw a straight line. After drawing that line, go under shape format, shape outline, maybe color red, shape outline, weight, maybe 6. You can be told to put a logo top right of your presentation. Go to insert, picture, Go to the support files, pick the picture. Let's say this one, reduce it, put it top right of your slides, somewhere there. Put headers and footers, go to insert, header and footer, date and time, slide number, slide footer. Kakur Bernard, $5.14. Then from there, apply to all. You may be told to put some transitions. Transitions, this is how one slide goes away and another one comes in, like that. So one can choose, for example, doors. That is a transition. Apply to all. Or you are told to apply doors with maybe that are horizontal, something like that, or vertical. Apply to all. Put some sound. That's where you get sound from. Then automatically after a certain timing, so choose after, select that. One can remove the mouse click like that. Apply to all. Save changes. So these are some of the things we can do in a slide master. So from here, we go back to slide master, close master view. Never type all the content here. It will not appear. So from here, we can now close master view. So everything is here. Up next, you are supposed to put images within your presentation. Distribute images within your presentation. So for example, here, go to insert picture in the support files. You can pick some images. Pick some images and put in your presentation. Those images should be related to the topic that you are handling. So I want images about fish. Where are they? Where is fish? Some images. So I'm using the general folder. Actually, we would have a few images depending on what we are working on with. So if I have an image here, then I come on this second slide, I insert another image. For example, the boat. We put it around here. So keep distributing images across all your slides. Then you might find that slide 4, they have told you to insert speaker notes. So speaker notes are always here. Click to add notes. So here you can say, maybe you can say that data on this slide is not accurate. That is how we insert speaker notes. You can be asked to include a chart or a graph in your PowerPoint. Go to insert, chart. So from here, if they have asked you a pie chart, pick a pie chart. They have asked a line graph, pick it. Bar graph, select it. Column graph, select it, like that. Select it. Then you will have this Excel template. With this Excel template, you are supposed to fill in information there. For example, fish species, and we have maybe Nile perch. We have tilapia, and maybe silverfish, and others are talking about tuna fish. Maybe in 2021, they were like that. 2024, and currently 2025. So you put your values here, fill the values after you close. So this chart, you can reduce it, put it somewhere there on your graph. Some other numbers on a certain slide, you're asked to put an organizational chart. So go to insert, smart art, Then pick hierarchy, any of these. For example, you are looking at the fish types, and you are looking at maybe Nile perch, pelagic, silver, mud, etc. Then reduce it. In scenarios where the design of the organizational chart you want to do is not there, you must draw these manually. So go to insert, shapes, pick like a rectangle, you draw. After drawing, you can copy and paste. Paste as many times as you can, then start distributing, distribute, 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 maybe something like that. Then after start joining them with lines. Pick a line, you draw. Pick lines, you draw. Connect them properly. Connect your lines properly. After connecting all of them, right click, add text, start typing. That is how we draw an organizational chart that is not in Smart Art. Then you must link your slides to one another using action buttons. Go to Insert, Shapes, scroll down, Action buttons. Pick that button, you draw. After drawing, now you will see Action Settings, Hyperlink to. Click here and choose Next Slide. Okay. Go slide 2, Insert, Shapes, Action buttons, Draw. Action Settings, next slide. Okay. Continue, continue, continue. When you reach on the last slide, link this to the first slide. Go to Insert, Shapes, pick the Return button. When you pick the Return button, you draw. After, come here, Hyperlink to, you choose First slide and click OK. That is how linking is done. Let me check some of the questions in the chat section. Someone is saying how to insert graphs. That one we are done. I've used the slide master. I've inserted hyperlinks. I've done how to import. I have done action buttons. I think we are done. Someone is saying, how do we run slides automatically? Loop. Great. So for looping, we have to go to slideshow. After slideshow, we say setup slideshow. When you reach setup slideshow, you say loop continuously until escape. Loop continuously until escape. You click OK. That is how you apply that. Then to print, you must print handouts. You click File, Print. Then where you see full page slides, click there and choose handouts. Full page slides, choose handouts. So we have put footers in our work. If you are told to put headers on your handout, how do you do that? Go to Insert, Headers and Footers. Then here, Notes and Handouts, click there. Then come and pick a header, maybe Bernard. And footer, Kakuru 514. You click Apply to All. So when I click File, Print, You will find here is a header Bernard, here is a footer Kakuru 514. The other headers and footers we did were for the slides inside. But if you are asked to put headers and footers on handouts, that's how you do it. Any other questions? So someone, I think we don't have more questions. No more questions. How to insert a background color, okay? If they have asked you that on this slide, you insert a certain background color, go to design. When you go to design, we have here, format background, click there, then pick, for example, solid color. I come here and select, for example, that. That is a background color. Go design, format background, pick a background color here. It will be applied to that slide. Another question in PowerPoint that I'm seeing here, how can you put slide numbers? We have already done that. Slide numbers are here. Go to insert slide numbers. If you missed anything, please watch the recording. Someone is asking, please, if you missed anything, watch the recording because I'm seeing some people asking what we finished in Excel. Let's go to publisher. I think we are done. Someone is asking, how do we insert a slide between another slide? Yours is to click there, like here. Click, press enter. That is a new slide. Yours is to click and make the cursor active somewhere. And then you press enter. So we are done with PowerPoint. Let's now go to publisher. So with publisher, from your folder, right click, go to new, Microsoft Publisher document. 514. Kakuru Bernard. 514. So from here, open. And with publisher, you either create from scratch or from templates. If the question is asking you to create a business card, go to page design, change template, home, business cards. Pick any design of your choice. From here, after picking any design, double click it and start working. CABS ICT Resources Center. CABS ICT Resources Center 2025. Primary address located in Kampala, PO box number, etc. Windows user, you must put Kakuru Bernard. 514. Managing director, sales manager, etc. Put the phone number. If you don't have the fax, leave it like that. Put the email, delete this, put the logo that you have that they have given you from the support files. So on the desktop, we get our logo. Let me put, for example, for CABS, I put a logo here. After putting a logo, if it is like that, one can crop it because we have cropping in publisher, picture format, crop. You can remove some of these gaps. I crop. So I put my logo here. If you are printing, remember, you must first set the page well. Page design, page setup, ribbon launcher, go for more. Then from here, width, height, set them. Top, maybe 0.6. Left, 0.6. Bottom, 0.4. Right. Sorry, bottom is the same as top, 0.6. And left, if it is 0.4, even right is going to be 0.4. Then from there, you are normally asked the horizontal gap. That is vertical, 0.6, and horizontal, 0.6. Click OK. So when I click File, Print, These are my business cards. These are 8. If you are asked 10, it's a matter of increasing them here. First use A4, then here increase 10, or if we have been asked 12, increase them to 12. If they are 6, reduce them to 6, like that. So make sure that before you print, there are headers and footers. Go to insert, headers and footers, put headers, 514, footer, Kakur Bernard, close master page. If you want, you can also put the design. So under design, one can come to background and pick any background color that can appear there. That is one. So click File, Print. Those are your business cards according to the task. If the task is asking you for a certificate, still right click, go to New, Microsoft Publisher document, give it your names, and then after opening, go to Page Design, change template, Home, Certificates, pick any designs, and then from here, start working on your certificates. After working on your certificate, you are encouraged to use word art. You are also encouraged under Home to use different shapes, apply text boxes. If need be, use tables, depending on what you are designing. Then borders. If you don't want this border, just select it and delete the border. Now, go to View, Master Page. From Master Page, you are going to draw a text box. So insert Shapes, pick a text box, draw. After drawing that text box around that, right-click this text box and say Format Text Box, get a border art, any of these, click OK, click OK. Go back to Master Page, close Master Page. That's how you put a border. Background color, page design, format background, pick a background color for your certificate. Make sure headers and footers are there. Make sure you use word art. Make sure you use better fonts and all that. That is publisher. If it is not a certificate, page design, change template, home, you are designing a brochure. Like that. You are designing a brochure. So select brochure, any template, start working with it. Work on page 1, work on page 2. When you are done, put page designs, background colors, headers and footers, you are done. If not a brochure, you are going to do page design, change template, home. You are doing, for example, a newsletter. Click on it, choose any design, and then start working with it. Fill page 1, fill page 2. Page design, some background color. Headers and footers, put them there. Use word art, use pictures that you have been given, and ensure that your publication is attractive. Now, if you have not been asked a design that is from the templates, you are going to design from scratch. Change template. So here we don't go this side. We have to design from scratch. So for example, if I open a new publication, home, let's say I'm going to design a book cover. So from here, go page design, maybe orientation, landscape. First click File, Print. Confirm that it is 1 page per sheet. Something like that. Go back and continue designing. So with the book cover, that means that one is going to use more of the shapes. Under Insert, I can pick a text box from shapes here, or I pick a rectangle. I draw here that kind of rectangle. Maybe this one will be for the front cover. Hold down Control and drop this one here. That means that with this, you have the front, you have the back. Then here, you are going to put the one for the spin. For example, this means that what you are designing should be in this format. Your book cover is going to be as follows. For example, you have the front cover. Pick ICT Mastery, for example, one of the books. Where are my book covers? Okay. So the back and the front. If I pick this as the front, that means that I must have also the back. So you design the front, some designs, be creative. Then also the back. For example, about the author. So you design the back. Then after designing the back, in the middle, we normally have what we call the spin. We normally have what we call the spin. Details about the author. So you draw a rectangle verticalwards. Then you put the spin. What will work as the spin? Let me pick a spin. Something like that. So this one, use a rectangle verticalwards. That kind of book cover. That means that when you are printing it, when you print it, they are going to fold it and it goes on your book. So we need to be creative as we are laying out these elements. So if you click File, Print, that means that that is your book cover. When printed, you fold it and it is put on your book. So from scratch, make sure you utilize all those elements, text boxes, shapes, etc. So as we wind up our today's facilitation, please make sure that you practice and avoid cyberphobia. If you sit on a computer you are not comfortable with, please complain to the invigilator and say, can I work in the second shift, or this computer normally disturbs me? Something like that. Even when you know instructions prior to the exams, make sure you read them. Time yourself each question to take about 35 minutes in practicals. Take some time to read through each question from the entire question paper. Ensure you don't save shortcuts on your folders and CDs. Ensure before you print, the work fits on paper and not overflowing. Try to understand the requirements of the questions. You only impress the examiner by showing the asked skills. So, a few questions. There is a hand from Hermitage Community SS. Where is the question coming from? Go on. So, while banning work on CD, please ban only the 3 numbers that you have done. Don't put extra numbers. Ban only those numbers that you have attempted. Only 3. Same, while printing, please print only 3 numbers. Print only 3 numbers. Yes, with all what we have shared today, I'm sure you are able to do well in your exams. I'm seeing some questions here. Someone is raising the hand. Yes, Obed from Zambia, Obed. Then to Mandela Nelson. Yes, Obed.
Yes, well done, Mr. Kakuru.
Most welcome.
My issue is when they say print, is a student allowed to print all the pages? For example, in database has many pages to be printed. Can a student just print a sample of what he has
No, it
as a
is
printout?
better a candidate print according to the task. If they have said create a query, that query should be printed unless the instructions are saying print only your report. But at best, the candidate should print all their work. Okay, there is a question from Bora. But first of all, Nelson Mandela, take it on. Nelson Mandela, unmute. Ask. Nelson Mandela, the platform is yours. If you are
Thank
not
you, sir, for
ready.
the facilitation.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the facilitation.
Please go
What
on.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the facilitation. What I'm asking is, are we free to use?
Try to be quick while asking. Other members are waiting.
Thank you for the facilitation, sir.
I said welcome. Proceed to the question directly.
What I'm asking, are we free to use any creative skills we have in presentation? Like we are not limited.
You are not limited, but you don't need to use
Yes?
too much. You are not limited, but you don't need to use too much.
Yes, I am asking.
Let me go to another one. That is Masese Seed. Masese Seed, unmute. Masese Seed, unmute. Masese Seed, unmute. If not ready, the chance is going to be taken to Ndeche, SS Rubiz. Ndeche. Ndeche. Please ask. Please ask. Let me take the chance to Kamwenge Secondary School. Kamwenge. Kamwenge Secondary. If you are far from the microphone.
You are not limited, but you don't need.
Yes, I am asking.
Go on.
Let me go to another one. That will be Masese Seed. Masese Seed, unmute.
I'm seeing Bernard Kakoza. Unmute. Then from there, 5-star. Dora. Bernard Kakoza, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Go on.
My question is it a must to use all the pictures provided in publication? Or you can select any in case you are designing a flyer or a brochure?
Yeah, you can use some. You don't need to use all. You can
Is
use
it
some.
a must? Okay.
Okay, Dora, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ask.
Sit
Then from
hard.
there, 5-star, be ready. Dora.
Sir, my question is it allowed for a teacher to ban the CDs for the students, or the students must do it themselves? Banning the CDs and printing out the work.
The exam is for the student, not for the teacher. You have done ICT for 2 years, so we need you to show the skill of banning and printing. So the teacher can be there maybe if the printer has jammed, is guiding you, or is trying to sort out some things, troubleshooting here and there. Or if your computer has failed to ban, they can take you to another computer, but not the teacher banning for you. That is not the skill. You need you to show the skill so that when you go to do a job, you can do some work there. Hermitage community, are you ready? So if the questions are done, we can go.
Yes, teacher, we are ready.
Ask.
Yes, we thank you for the opportunity that you have given to us. Plus, we are just asking about to burning a CD. We just need a hint on how to burn a CD.
Okay, burning a CD. Again, what I'm going to request each of you is that this YouTube channel here, go on YouTube. When you go there, type burning work on CD hyphen Kakur Bernard. Press enter. These are 2 videos. Now, I want you to watch this one. The one of 2 years ago. Tips and best practices on how to burn work on CD. Go and watch that video. Even this one can work for you. Are we together? It is just about 3 minutes. Go and see how to burn work on CD. Another one? Any other question? Ndeche. Those ones don't want. Kamwenge Seed, Kamwenge Secondary School. Kamwenge Secondary School.
On YouTube. Yes, sir.
Namasere High School. Namasere High School, are you there? Boston High School, Entebbe. Please, when you are called, try to be loud and near the microphone. We can't hear you. Let's have someone from Namasere.
Printing, what precautions?
There are no precautions while printing. For you, we have said when you are printing PowerPoint, print in handouts, unless they have said print a certain slide on its own page. In Excel, make sure the work is not overflowing. Put it in landscape, make sure they are grids, and ensure that all work fits on one page. In Word, print all your work.
Thank you, sir.
5-star? 5-star? Okay, let me end the discussion from there by wishing you success, everyone. Senior 6 candidates, your briefing is this Friday. Please do your best in ICT. Keep following my videos on that YouTube channel. There are a number of videos there for your own good. And that is my telephone number, which I've already shared. You can WhatsApp me and get some of those papers for your practice, for your revision. They have answers, questions and answers. That is my email. Keep following up CAB's ICT Resources Center. Even if when you go to the university, keep following it. And it is really good for your progress in ICT. So thank you very much for participating in the chat section on YouTube. It has been a good discussion. Jabres, I remain Kakur Bernard.